So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to SEA Championship for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And guys, finally the day is here. The day we see the winner of this tournament. It's gonna be the exciting finals here between Bigetron Era and GPX Basreng. A wonderful, wonderful matchup coming here. So thank you guys for tuning in. And we are gonna be bringing you an exciting matches, and you will be spectating this match with me, Marcus, and my co-caster here, Annie. Say hi, Annie.
Smiling. Hello, everyone. And yes, this is going to be the finals of today. So let's just jump into the what do you say the map and let's see so far how the tournaments have been lately. Yes, we started with 6 teams, and right now we are going on to the grand finals. That is going to be two teams, which is going to be a Brigaton Era versus GPX Basreng. That is going to be the best of 7 matches. Marcus, what do you think about this?
Man, it's gonna be an exciting, long thriller, and just to see, we can see the backstory of both these teams. GPX Boston losing 2-0 to Bigetron Era in their previous meetup, and right now they had to go back to the lower brackets. Beat RQ Mika 2-1. That was a really exciting match we saw yesterday, and now they're finally here to get their revenge game. So it's gonna be really, really exciting to see how these teams are gonna be competing in this best of 7 grand finals.
Definitely grand finals. I'm pretty sure our audience are excited as well, knowing that Brigaton Era have a win streak for so far. GPX Basrang is going to get that chance again, where they had, lost against Brigaton Era in the best of 3. But this is the best of 7. So looking forward for GPX Basrang to show us some, not just some, a lot of exciting matches.
Yep, Annie, well said. And yeah, that's one thing to notice, guys. Bigetron Hera has not tasted a single defeat so far in this tournament. And let's see if GPX Basrang is gonna be, beating that incredible, incredible win streak that Bigetron Hera have shown us in this tournament. And it's gonna be a really, really high match that we are seeing because both these teams are the best teams in this tournament so far. We saw how GPX Basrang, defeated RQ Mika, who were playing really great in the lower brackets. They were dominating the entire lower brackets throughout, but GPX Basreng finally managing to come back here, claim their revenge match against Bigetron Era, and they have surely learned from their defeats, and they will be trying to avoid those mistakes here. And like you said, and it's a best of 7. We hopefully might see a loss coming in from BTR, and let's see how BTR are gonna be taking that loss because so far they have not tasted the defeat here, and they're yet to go to that phase of this game. And right now, let's look at the lineup coming in from Bigetron Era. That's gonna be Vivian, Vival, Fumieko, Shell, and Cine. Pretty standard lineup. This is the lineup, the main lineup that they've been using. None of them have tasted the defeat yet, so it's gonna be really exciting to see them, right, Annie?
Yep, it is going to be exciting, Marcus. Not just exciting, it is going to be a most thrilling game right now because this winner of the game is going to get that huge lump sum amount of prize which they have been telling from the day one. So definitely looking forward for this Brigaton Era versus GPX Buzzerang match.
Yep, the lineup looks pretty solid for BTR. Wonder what the lineup is going to be coming in from the side of GPX Basreng here. It could be curious, they might use the substitutes or they might go for the same lineup here that we've been seeing, but let's see what they go for. And yeah, smiling, like you said, the prize pool is pretty huge here. The stakes are really, really high as we have come down to final these two teams here in this tournament out of all the teams that had participated. But yep, seeing the lineup of Bigetron Era looks like they want to maintain that streak. They don't want to taste a single defeat in this tournament. They want to go flawless in this tournament. Or do you think will it be possible? And because even the pressure comes when you're going flawless. There's always more pressure with every single game.
There is more pressure with every single game, and that is the best part about each and every game. I mean, I want all the 7 matches to happen. So, yes, I am expecting GPX to give and come back an amazing answer to that Brigaton Era that we are not less this time.
Yep, and looking at the lineup for GPX Basel, they are going with the same lineup that they've gone in the previous meetup against both these teams. That's LW, Sky, Funi, Sinkaut, and Thal. Uh, Man, this is going to be really exciting. All the players are the same players that had faced each other in the previous round, where PTR clenched that 2-0 victory. So wonder how things are going to be different this time. Sky, who's going to be handling the jungle for GPX Basreng. Let's see how the pressure is going to be, taken there by the jungler of PTR. And yeah, this is going to be really exciting to watch, Annie. So, what kind of draft are you going to be expecting? Like, in this tournament, we have been seeing those constant picks coming in, the Fedrin, the Kaja sometimes, and Joy always in the ban phase. So, do you think we're going to be seeing the same set of, bans and picks that we've been seeing throughout, or are they going to spice things up and, give us those unexpected picks that we've barely seen in this tournament so far?
GPX Basreng in the last few games did give us a lot of unexpected pick coming in. As in they did pick Franco. That Franco coming in from GPX was one of the highlights. Franco and Akai combo they keep using as a jungler and the tank. So yes, looks like they are going to go for a little bit of change, but mostly I'm guessing the draft is going to remain same. It's just a span of time we will know what exactly is going to happen in the draft.
Yep, we all we can do is just wait for the match to kick in, to the draft phase to begin. It's going to be really exciting to see, what compositions they're going for. Like you said, Annie, the Franco pick was quite surprising. We haven't seen much of that. Usually, the Rome in this tournament so far has been covered by the Fedrin, the Matilda, the Kaja sometimes, and more likely the Kadita that we've been seeing yesterday. The Kadita has been picked quite a lot. People are executing her very nicely. Let's see how these teams are going to be doing their picks. And Annie, who do you who are your favorites in this matchup? Are you going to be supporting the flawless BTR, or are you going to be supporting GPX? To get the first defeat for BTR.
And both the teams are amazing. So first draft is already up, Marcus. So we will be jumping in the draft and discussing that thing later. Knowing that BTR is in the blue team and GPX is in the red team, the bans have already started. 1-1 is going to be the first priority ban with Kaja.
Yep, no doubt on that 1-1 ban over there. That's the ban we've been seeing, almost in every games. And Kaja being the next ban coming in from GPX, looks like they don't. Kaja has been flexible in this tournament so far. We've seen Kaja in the jungle, in the EXP, in the mid lane, in the roam as well. So they are trying to limit the flexible type of heroes. Let's see what they go for the next ban, and that's going to be Joy taken out by BTR, another hero that's been permanently banned by most of the teams in this tournament so far. And there you have it, smiling the Chovan. We saw this in the previous match when they met earlier on. GPX going with that Choban again and again.
Yes, looks like team BTR is really good with that Chow and GPX. Knowing the history of BTR, I wouldn't want that Chow to be seen anywhere coming in any of those matches. Also, Akai was real good by GPX, so BTR have done their research completely. They know what they are banning. Looks like this is a well planned ban coming in. Both the teams want to win this finals. They are looking forward to excite things up by banning up their main heroes.
Absolutely, and Akai and the Leomord being the next two bands. Leomord being taken out, and we know that Leomord is a very good pick in the jungle these days, and that's the hero they won't be, giving it away so easily. But this gives options open. Valentina is open as well, but BTR is going to be locking in that Martis, and most likely that hero is going to be the jungle for BTR. Let's see what GPX picks. And smiling, Valentina is up for grabs here. Do you think they'll go for that Valentina pick?
Yes, Valentina, leaving that Valentina open and not picking it right now, given the situation, GPX has that pick right now. They have double picks, so they can go in for those two amazing picks. Like they can pick that Valentina and Grok as well. We know that Grok isn't banned for now. Faramis also was open so long and we didn't notice that Faramis wasn't banned. But GPX has some different story coming up. They are going to go with that Yuzong and Faramis. Definitely a good pick coming in.
Absolutely. They're going for the zoning potential coming in from the Yuzong, as well as the tankiness that Faramis brings to the table with his ultimate there. That's going to be a good thing to deal against a hero such as the Martis, who capitalizes on low HP enemies, where he can, use his ult in a chain reaction fashion. But yeah, Faramis is going to be, trying to stop that to his extent, but like we are seeing right now, will PTR go for that Matilda pick in the room there against the Paramis?
Nope, looks like they are not going to leave that Valentina and that Matilda pick as well. That is an amazing combo coming in for team BTR right now. Look at the lineup, Marcus. That lineup is very strong. They do have a strong mid laner as well for now.
Yup, the lineup is strong. And smiling for a moment, I thought you were gonna call me Martis, but then you called me Marcus. Uh, but yeah, the Valentina is a crucial pick. She can even copy Faramis's ultimate and get that utility for her team. So that's going to be one thing to deal with because they're just giving away free ultimates at this point. So they have to be very careful of the kind of heroes that they're going to be picking next. But yeah, looking at the draft so far, I think BTR has gone for a good draft. They got those key heroes there, and that's going to be the Lolita being picked by GPX.
Lolita being picked, so that gives us the clue that Faramis is going to be the mage and not the tank for this game. Also, for the second phase ban coming in, we see that Lapu Lapu is already banned because BTR yet have to pick their EXP laner as well as a gold laner. So both the last pick, I mean, bans are also going to be either a fighter or a MM. They are going to make sure that they reduce the pool pick for that MM and that fighter coming in. Also, Leslie being banned.
Yep, absolutely. And let's see what the next ban is going to be for the GPX. But like you said, Smiling, there's no marksman pick yet. So, you know, they can either reduce the pool of the marksman or just ban out what they think is going to be countering the marksman that they are planning to pick. So they got those two options open. Let's see what GPX go for. Will they reduce the pool or will they ban their counters? Let's just wait and watch. And that's going to be Fetrin taken away. Another good hero which was open all this while. Fetrin, we saw they were picked very, very early by most of the teams in this tournament so far. Either he was the first pick or the second pick. Now he's here in the second phase of the banning as GPX decides to ban him.
Bigetron was open all along, and yes, it was. I think a real good ban coming in. GPS is mostly focusing on their fighters ban because they have that U zone who will be jumping into EXP lane very soon. So it was a smart ban coming in as they themselves want to pick MM. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't want that MM pool to go completely down. They want few of their MMs to be open so that they can get in some interesting picks coming in. Beatrix is still open, and I'm looking forward that GPX will be picking Beatrix right now. Because if they leave that Beatrix to BTR, it is going to cause a huge trouble.
Absolutely, and they also got the Lolita who kind of counters the Beatrix as well. So makes sense for GPX to go for that Beatrix or leave it for last. But yeah, looks like Smiling they are gonna be locking down that Beatrix, and that's gonna be the MM for GPX. Let's see what the retaliation picks are gonna be coming from BTR side. They need a goal laner, they need an EXP laner if the Martis is gonna go for the jungle. So yeah, two pretty obvious picks there, but let's see which heroes they decide to fulfill those roles.
I mean, Claude is open as well as Erithel right now, but given Claude, he can jump directly into the back lane and make sure to mark their MM. It would be in smart pick coming in by BTR if they lock up that Claude for now. Also, they yet have to pick a fighter coming in for their lane. Grok is still open, but looks like they are going to go in for that Paquito pick for that EXP lane, Marcus.
Yep, and they are going to be locking down Paquito as well as the Claude. Paquito is going to be really good, laning against that Yuzong because he has that mobility. He can deny Yuzong his stacks. And also in the late game, Paquito can just, if he has enough damage, can go and one-shot the Beatrix as well. But let's see what the final pick is going to be for this matchup for GPX as they are going to be completing this draft with that pick. They are yet to pick their jungler, I believe.
Yes, they are yet to pick that jungler yet. And given the possible jungler situation, Akai was open, but unfortunately, BTR blocked that Akai. They knew that GPX is going to go for that Akai pick and was instantly locked out. Given the situation, I guess Karina would possibly be the best option they have right now, but Valentina is in lot of advantage. She can just copy those ultimate of almost all of them, and they are going to be real useful.
Absolutely, and looks like jungle is gonna be GPX. I mean, it's going to be Karina for GPX, but is she going to be going for the tank build or she's going to be going for the damage? I believe she should go for the tank build because they already have enough damage. They got the Beatrix, they got the Faramis, who is going to be played as mage. We can't underestimate the damage coming out from him as well. But yeah, the drafts are complete from both these teams. Both the drafts looking really, really exciting. Smiling, do you want to pick a favorite here, depending on the drafts? Just the drafts, not knowing the backstory of both these teams.
Just the drafts, I think BTR do have that proper coming up draft. They have that Martis and Valentina. It is pretty easy for Valentina to just, it's not like any of those ultimates are going to go waste. So, yes, all the drafts are going to be pretty amazing. Looking forward, we are going to jump into the land of Dawn, and yes, Marcus, break it out for us.
So, guys, welcome back. As we start this match between both these teams, this is going to be the game number one of this best of seven series. So here it is, guys. BTR versus GPX, game number one. It's gonna be a really intense battle there. Let's see what happens. There's no invasion so far. Both the mid laners are gonna be, clearing those mid lane and give some rotation. Some coming in from the Lolita, just having some pokes going on in the mid lane, making both the tankers of both these teams low. And looks like Matilda might be in trouble, and that's gonna be the flicker baited out quite early in this game for Matilda, and that's gonna be a huge thing, in terms of gank and rotation. But yeah, let's look at the EXP lane matchup. They're not going to be bleeding out most of the HPs as they are here prioritizing the Litho, even though Matilda was the one supposed to recall Lolita as well, but the Litho will be secured by BTR. And in the goal lane, we can see Claude and Beatrix having an interesting matchup there. Beatrix is going to be out clearing Claude for now. But yeah, let's look at the potential ganks coming in from these teams as Karina is already there in the goal lane.
Karina is already there and almost leveled up. Given that situation, Claude might have to just retreat. The way the Valentina and Faramis have that early game damage, equally early game damage, it is causing both of them to lower their HP and just go and retreat. But the first turtle is going to be up within less than 15 seconds, and we might see an interesting fight coming in there. Also, probably first blood that will let us know who is having the map control at the start of the game.
Definitely, and as we prepare for the turtle fight, we can see that Yozong is still level 3. Pakito already hitting that level 4. Will be bringing a lot onto the table here. As Lolita is gonna be clearing that mid lane, getting her level 4 as well. Important ultimates here coming in for the side of GPX. They got that zoning potential. They got the Yuzong as well as the Lolita there. But let's see who gets the turtle as both the team, the 4 members are here in this vicinity, except for Faramis, who is not here right now. He might be taking some time to come, but that's going to be the Luminum Blast wasted down by Lolita and the damage coming in, forcing Karina to back off. And there goes the Black Dragon form, zoning everyone away. The turtle yet to be fully committed by either of these teams, but that's going to be important resource used up by the Yuzong. There is no Black Dragon form anymore. He is in his ultimate form, but that zoning, the dragon is not there. And that's going to be, BTR capitalizing on that one and securing the turtle for themselves. And they are going to be disengaging immediately and back to the laning phase it is.
Yes, that first turtle definitely was for team BTR. But I am pretty surprised that no one actually engaged that well. Looks like they are playing defensive. Yuzong might be in trouble, well forced to be retreated right now. Since Pakito is dealing a lot of damage, will this be the first blood? Nope, Yuzong will carefully retreat, but all the gold from the bot lane will be chunked out by that Valentina and Pakito.
Absolutely. And in the mid lane near the Litho, there might be a contest here. Let's see who gets it. It's going to be Karina who wins that retry battle and gets the Litho Wanderer for her side. But yeah, so far it's very, very close between both these teams. We're not seeing any one team, totally dominate the other one. But looks like Lolita might be in trouble. Maybe I spoke too soon, and that's going to be the Luminous Blast flicker coming in from Valentina, stunning the Beatrix as well. Might see her fall down as well, but no, they're going to be just going back with that kill on the roamer of GPX. Lolita being punished heavily there by the Martyrs.
Yes, she did try to tower dive in. I mean, Lolita did. Yeah, she was going to flicker ult, but that wasn't much useful. Meanwhile, Faramis might be in a lot of trouble since it's a 4v2 fight, and Faramis will be taken down by Martyrs.
Yup, that's going to be another kill coming in for the side of BTR, and the fight is continued. But now there will be a disengage there as Marta is already getting 2 kills. He seems to be the one who is going to be snowballing here, and you really don't want that hero to be snowballing. Martis, we all know the potential coming in from him, but looks like in the EXP lane, both the laners are, they're handling it very well. They're not bleeding out their HP much. They're just playing extra cautious. Just and seems like they're going to be committing now. Yuzong made pretty low, and the backup is there. Valentina is lurking around, but Yuzong will be forced to recall there as the next turtle is up, and looks like GPX are going to be giving away the turtle for a potential gank in the goal lane.
Yes, that is the situation through the map scene right now. Martus will secure the turtle very easily. Meanwhile, there will be no gank on top lane as well. But for now, BTR has that good goal lead. They have the advantage. Yuzong is having pretty tough time with that Pakito. He will be taken down this time for sure, I'm guessing, because looks like Team BTR was going to go in for the gank but will retreat. Yuzong had recalled a lot of times. That's the amount of trouble he is facing through Pakito right now.
Absolutely, and looks like slowly but surely BTR is climbing on that goal lead. They're getting the objectives, they're getting the team fights, they're getting the kills as well, and looks like they might be getting the turret in the bot side as the gank is on. Param is being forced to use his ultimate. Marta is barely surviving that, but in the heart of the battle, Pakito is there, and that comes the Lumina Blast coming in from Lolita, and Pakito will be falling down. And looks like there might be a follow-up casualty there as Matilda seems to be poked really low by the Karina, but she manages to escape that. But look at Beatrix, she took that opportunity and pushed down that mid lane, and that's an important turret coming in for the side of GPX. The mid lane turret really opens up the map for them, and they get the bot lane turret as well.
The bot lane turret and the mid lane turret that leads to the goal being normal right now. That means BTR is no more in control of goal. Meanwhile, Claude managed to get that top lane turret. So I'd say both team are at equal push. Also the turtle, the third turtle, which is a very important turtle, is going to be up in less than 25 seconds right now. Given the situation, Marcus, I think both the team are almost equal. There is no one dominating anyone. There is no signs of letting us know that this team is leading and this team has the chance of getting a victory.
Absolutely. For a moment we saw in the early stages, BTR were doing pretty well, but GPX somehow getting that comeback here. They're closing the gaps. They're doing pretty well, to take advantage of whatever, BTR is doing. Like BTR has decided to gank in the bot lane, but they got the mid and they even won the battle in the bot. So pretty good matchup so far. It's going to be an intense battle as the third turtle is going to be spawning. Let's see if they contest for it or JPX just decide to give it away. But looking at the position in the map right now, it looks like BTR are the favorites to get this one. But let's see what happens here as Lolita might be... No, she will be punished there by Pakito. An easy turtle coming in from BTR.
Definitely, that was a real easy turtle coming in for BTR. I would say BTR did get all the 3 turtles without any much contest. As going for team GPX, they need to buckle up their seats and focus on the main objectives right now. Yes, they are pushing, they are doing real great at it, but those team fights which they should know, which they are not going to win, should be avoided for now.
Absolutely, and looks like there might be a siege in the bot lane of the map as Claude has called in for that lane switch. But looks like the follow-up is there. The Karina and the Yuzong here as well. It's only Faram is missing here for the side of GPX, and there won't be any fight. Both the teams deciding to, disengage there.
That disengage was necessary because I think if that engage was taking place, one of them would have really gone down. Looks like it's going to be a 3v2 fighting the bot. There is Lolita in the position just waiting to ult them on time, but she misses that flicker ult as well.
Yep, there's going to be an important resource waited out from Lolita. There's no more flicker, there's no more ultimate. It looks like the perfect opportunity for BTR to get a team fight in the next 30 seconds or so. But let's see what happens here. The minion is going to be coming. There might be a siege in this bot side. The entire team of GPX is almost here to defend it. Meanwhile, Karina defending the mid lane, and BTR is going to be changing their target. It's not the bot lane anymore. In the focus, it's the mid lane, and let's see what happens here as Lolita goes in for the stun, and another disengage coming in from both these teams.
GPX did manage to get there on time in the mid lane, or Karina would have been in a serious trouble right now. So I think that was a good backup coming in from GPX. Meanwhile, looks like Lord might be in trouble, but Ramus will be taken down as well as Lolita. That is a very much bad disengage coming in from team GPX right now. That leads them a little, no, a lot more.
Oh no, the follow-up coming in from Pakito, almost getting the Yuzong, but looks like it's gonna be a free Lord coming in for BTR as they've taken down the Roamer as well as the mage, but the mage is already back and looks like they've spotted Karina, who was lurking in that bush, probably trying to go for a Lord steal there, but she wouldn't be allowed that. And the first Lord of this match is going to be secured by BTR, and looks like we are going to be building on to that goal difference and make it huge.
Yes, that goal difference is huge right now. They do have the 3K goal difference. Meanwhile, Beatrix was seen split pushing. Will she manage to get that bot lane tier? I am guessing almost, but there is a defense coming in. But minions will be taking that down. Lord marching through the mid. BTR is not going to let this Lord for Vs. They are trying to split push, I am guessing. Meanwhile, GPX are in the position. They have well settled themselves to know that they are going to defend this second inhibitor turret in the
Mhm.
mid.
Yup, and the Lord is already here in the tier 2 of this mid lane, but easily dealt with. The Lord was easily dealt with by GPX. They got the damage here coming in from Beatrix, who managed to clear it out. Meanwhile, in the top lane, there seems to be a siege. It's a 1v1, the Martyrs versus the Karina. None of them actually winning, but the follow up is here from BTR as the members have arrived here to aid that siege in the top lane turret. Let's see if there might be a fight that's gonna break out as Farham is successfully pulling the Matilda, but there's nothing threatful happening so far, and looks like they're just gonna be backing off with that free tier 2 in the top lane and focus shifted towards the mid lane. Let's see if the fight breaks out here as Lolita seems to be ready to conjure up something. She has the flicker, she has the ultimate as well, but looks like a total disengage coming in from BTR. But unless they try to do something here, okay, and yep, that's gonna be a disengage. They'll just be happy taking that tier 2 in the bot side as well. But yeah, with the first lot, they managed to get 2 turrets. Pretty decent, I must say, for the side of BTR.
BTR did manage to do well in that first lot, I would say, because first lot GPX were managing real well to defend it, but with that defense also they did get that 2 tier. Also the goal difference just keep increasing right now. BTR have the upper hand in the game. They have the map control. They have the proper situation, but there is no exactly proper team fight I am witnessing from both the teams. It is just a gank on one, which we are finding mostly. So I am looking forward for one proper team fight, which will be very exciting to witness.
Absolutely, and it's going to be really hard because the stakes are really high in this final matchup. So they are going to be playing it very, very safe. They'll only commit when they see a sure chance of victory here. Otherwise, they won't do so. And look at 4 members of GPX camping down that bush. Looks like they might cook something. If Lolita has the conceit, they might just go and engage someone and get a decent pick off before the Lord is going to be spawning in another 10 seconds. So, yep, this looks like the key time for both these teams to get that uh, important pick off there, but BTR must avoid the Farhamis pick off. They might change the target to someone else, but let's see what happens here.
Yep, we can see both the team, almost both the team. I would say Team GPX have all their 4 members there, and BTR are looking forward for the Lord. They are retreating right there. Karina is trying her best to just clean out the lanes and be there within no time. The Lord has been spawned. The Lord has been started by Team BTR.
Yep.
Meanwhile, GPX just come out of the bush. They make sure that Lord is reset. This Lord is not going to be started easily right now, Marcus. Seeing a lot of Lord fights recently, the situation is like they are just going to bait around the Lord and wait until they get hold of at least one member of opponent team.
Yep, and we call this the Lord Dance that started here. No one will be fully committing to that. They just want to make it low, tempt the other team, to make a mistake, and they'll just try to get one pick off, and that's when they want to fully commit to the Lord. And right now they're doing that. It's gonna be really hard to see what happens here. Beatrix, Matilda almost getting melted down by the Beatrix as she was going, to give that vision over there, but Yep, looks like the Lord has been reset fully and no one's going to be touching it for now. And let's just wait and watch what happens next.
Yes, both the teams are just clearing out the waves of minions, and Martis will be spotted by Team GPX. Will they be in trouble for going a little forward? No, they will be retreating for now. Meanwhile, Paquito is surrounded by four members, and the four members of GPX will manage to retreat. So it is just a push game coming in from both the teams. They are just clearing out the minions and making sure that minions are not going to be in trouble. Meanwhile, Martis decides to start the Lord Nup. They are going to just tease around and wait until
Mm,
someone.
yeah, but I think they can take the Lord now because Karina is all back into the base and they got this information from the minions in the bot lane. So they know she's not around. The retribution is not there, but looks like the engage might be real here. The Lord will be reset, but let's see if the fight breaks out. Both these teams playing pretty careful here, before they get go on to this Lord. We haven't seen this much delay coming for taking the Lord so far in this tournament. So this shows how important it is for both these teams in the final stage of this tournament. And right, the full commitment is yet to happen, and the wave pressure is well balanced by both these teams. And the Lord chunked again by Martis. He's gonna be melting it, trying to get something out of it. Let's see what happens. That's gonna be another reset coming in from BTR, and looks like they might go for a commit here. They know the positions, they know that GPX is there, and the conceal played on, and looks like we might see something happening here as Lolita is going to be going for that stun, but the stun hits the minion, and Paquito will be able to escape that. But yeah, that's going to be the conceal wasted out, and look at the pressure coming in from the Claude in the bot side of the map, and she will be going to out rotate the Karina and make her way into this team fight that's going to be happening near the Lord. And looks like this time BTR is the one going in for that attack, and Yuzong might be caught up. That's going to be the Black Dragon form baited out, but Circling Eagle coming in from Matilda, and that's going to be the Farames's ult baited out as well. Two important resources baited out by BTR. There's no Black Dragon form, and there's no cold altar there coming in from Faramis. That's two very important ultimates taken care of, and looks like this is the perfect timing for them to just go for that Lord. But what an amazing play smiling coming in from BTR. They got, they baited out two important ults there, and looks like the fight isn't over yet, and they are going to be going in for that engage. Marta is deciding that this is the time for them to secure the Lord. Uh, as the resources aren't there anymore for GPX, and looks like the fight is going to be breaking out, and that's the cold altar coming in from Valentina, and Lubila Blast coming in, but Claude is there in the back line, melting everyone made 1 SP, and that's going to be the kills coming in. Martes getting the double kill, goes for the triple, might be securing it with the Barrage of ultimate coming in. That's going to be the Paquito who secures the kill onto that Beatrix, and things just like that in an instant turned very wrong for GPX.
Yes, this is going to be a bad situation for GPX. They BTR knew what they were doing. They did manage to engage. Well, the amount of damage Claude holds right now is insane. He is just melting down that Karina, given that she is the hyper. And she is going with the tank build as well. Looks like this might be the end of the first game, Marcus.
Yep, definitely, and looks like it is gonna be the end. And BTR gets the first win in this best of 7 series, and what an amazing play coming in from this team. The amount of time they took to take the Lord surely shows the composure that these guys have. They baited out two important ultimates there, and then they decided to commit for it. And that damage, that fight coming in from Claude, at the end, just going into the back line, melting everyone away, and making it easy for the Martis to just come and use his ultimate in a chain reaction fashion, getting that double kill, getting the triple. And Paquito also, he knows whom to target. He goes on to get rid of the Beatrix. There's no defense there once Beatrix is gone, and that's the easy crystal coming in from BTR. What an amazing match coming in for the side of BTR.
Yep, that was the first game of the day, and BTR did manage to get the first victory. That shows that why they have been on the win streak for so long. The way they just mind played GPX and waited around that Lord and waited for the perfect opportunity to zone them out and get those kills was the sign that they are going to win. They didn't even need that Lord in the first place, so they just managed to get it right away. Let's just look at the scoreboard, Marcus.
Yep, looking at the scoreboard, Claude, the well-deserved MVP there, especially what he did in that final team fight there. He was able to melt everyone, and that was more than enough. They didn't need the Lord also to just end the game there. But yeah, looking at the scoreboard, it clearly shows, how well versed the Bigetron team is. the way Valentina was giving that pressure, the zoning potential, and the damage coming in from her as well was quite good. And in the end, that important ultimate which was baited out uh, by the BTR onto the Yuzong as well as the Faramis, that was the game-changing moment there. Not game-changing, I must say. Bigetron was dominating throughout, but that was the game-clenching moment. That the play that secured them the win was that one. And yeah, looking at the stats, you can see the team fight participation coming in from Bigetron era. Everyone is always present, aiding the team. You don't see any solo plays that often from this team. It's always a three-man gang or a four-man gang coming in from this side. And looking at the damage, the amount of damage dealt by the Claude is huge, is insane. And if you look at the side of GPX, you see some damage coming in from Faramis as well, and that's going to be the 100% team fight participation coming in from Faramis, Lolita, as no, from all the four members of GPX Basreng except the Beatrix. But yeah, looking at the damage, that's 40% coming in, 46% coming in from Faramis. Uh, but yeah, the way Bigetron era, played this out in the early stage, we saw, they got the objectives, they got the turtles. Even though they lost to turrets early on by GPX, they were easily able to, turn things around there, switch the pressure back, and finally get the win.
Definitely, Marcus. That victory was very clean, and the BTR did a very good job there. They knew what they were doing. Like you said, they covered up their main objectives in the start of game. Leaving out those turtles for GPX didn't lead a lot of good marks, I guess. But no worries, there are six other interesting games to be watched. We know that Bigetron era is best right now, but GPX Basreng at least by now knows how BTR goes for that gameplay. So they will be watching out for that and probably give an amazing comeback in coming up matches.
Welcome back, everyone. That was seriously an amazing match. BTR winning that game, coming back. And Annie, you were the one who actually spectated that match firsthand. How well was that comeback?
That comeback was wow. Like BTR did show us why they are on that win streak. They did show us how they managed to manipulate the map, how they just waited and waited around and knew that this is the perfect timing to engage. They were real smart, they didn't engage unwantedly. They engaged when they knew that they are going to win those team fights, not letting a single member go down. Yes, there was one kill, but that was, I would say, not much of a loss for BTR. So that first victory was something which proved that BTR is at the lead and they are trying to be on the lead. They are trying to maintain that.
I really want to see how GPX is going to adapt to this specific situation now because they got the Faramis. They had their comfort picks as well. They were playing on the Yuzhong LW with his hands on the hero that she loves to play. But, even after that, there was something missing. They had a pretty good idea for that early turn, and the mid game. But when they were transitioning it towards that later stages of the game, there was something that was missing. And I believe that was a little bit of a coordination, that too regarding the callouts, wherein when they all had to just jump in for the attack or when they had to retreat, because specifically mentioning the final fight for that Lord, wherein Yuzhong was forced to use the Black Dragon form, I feel like the cult altar should have been saved. It was not necessary to utilize that resource. because it kind of resulted in a snowball downward effect for GPX, and which ended up giving the lot to VTR right away.
I mean, yes, that is one part, but I'll discuss rest later. Since the draft has already begun, I'm guessing let's just jump into the draft. This time we'll be seeing GPX in the blue side. Meanwhile, BTR is going to be on the red side. This is the second match of the day. Let's just jump into draft. Like we said, GPX is constantly banning that Chow coming to matches played with BTR. They know that Chow isn't a safe let out, so he will be banned right away as well as Joy.
That is absolutely correct. Now they're not letting those comfort picks go to the hands of their opponents, and GPX, I feel like that they are going to, keep the same ideology, keep the same idea, have those same bans, pick the same heroes that they did in the previous game. So I just really want to see how, um, you know, they are going to go in for that comfort, because Yuzhong, yes, it was working out really, really well for them, but I want to somehow, see something different into that EXP lane. Maybe a Thams, maybe a Dyroth, maybe an Esmeralda, a Uranus. There are quite a lot of heroes that can give your team a lot of breathing room and can open a lot of spaces. But for now, 1 1 and Yuzhong, both of them being banned right away.
Yes, I'm guessing the next ban should be Valentina because she did cause a lot of trouble. You know, if leaving Valentina open and you pick Faramis in the opponent is same as you're picking Faramis but with little extra damage. That is what happened when you just leave Valentina open and pick Faramis. That is no advantage for you and your team because it is very easy for Valentina to just replicate that Faramis ulti and use it right after Faramis uses it. So in most of the games that had been the situation, and it didn't lead to a good end. So yeah, it looks like GPX is gonna leave Valentina open this time because they do have the first pick. They might be, I would say, probably be looking for that. And Akai and Leomode coming in. Akai is going to be banned because GPX, that is one of the main hero for GPX. Akai jungler is wow when GPX just picks that.
You're absolutely correct on that. And I believe your guess was also on point. Valentina left open right away, has been locked in by GPX, not giving them even a single room to breathe to BTR. Now, it denies quite a lot of heroes, specifically mentioning the Atlas, maybe the Faramis that you mentioned, as well as the Carmilla, because all of those ultimates will be stolen by the IAMU. So, a very utility based pick yet again. They're securing that for their own draft. I want to see how BTA are going to answer that. Maybe
And
they're going to try and pick up a Paquito again.
they have Martyrs still, you know. Martyrs was pretty loud and dominating in the previous game. He was a perfect jungler and a perfect member for the team fight. So, yes, with that, Matilda, I think Martyr's pick would make a lot of sense.
Hmm. But that also means that they'll be giving a pretty useful ultimate to Valentina. That would be the decimation. Because she can do the exact things that a Martis will be able to do. The only difference would be that she's a lot less tankier and, of course, cannot immune the CC, but still, there would be any low HP enemy remaining in the opponent, and she would be able to, chain decimate them right away, which we did see in the previous game. But for now, I believe the answer that they are looking for would be in the terms of Kaja. Carmela is something that I don't think so either of these teams would go with for now because the opponent has a pretty decent amount of mobility. Beatrix being locked out for that goal lane.
Yes, since we saw last game that a lot of MMs were banned, Beatrix was picked by GPX, but she wasn't in a lot of advantage. She was taken down immediately. I'd say she didn't have a lot of damage. That's the reason a farm was missing mostly for Beatrix. Probably that's the reason she didn't have a lot of damage. And Kaja being open, that is a plus point coming for GPX. Kaja is going to be an amazing, I would say, a gold laner. I mean, sorry, an EXP laner or a roam. He fills in the role perfectly in any of the lanes. Meanwhile, BTR goes in with that Kadita pick. She is going to be. Probably the best mage I would say right now. Karita is awesome, but her ultimate can be copied through Valentina. Valentina is going to copy each and everyone's ultimate and still be successful, because yes, all of these ultimates are at an extreme. Meanwhile, GPX still has to pick their hyper, and Akai being banned, Hayabusa also is going to be banned.
You're correct on that. And Hayabusa being banned out by BTR shows how much they respect the GPX Hayabusa coming in. Yes, um, yesterday we did see BTR dominating against that Hayabusa jungle. So I don't think so. It poses a lot of threat. This has been banned out just to make sure that the jungler of GPX has to move out of their comfort zone. They have to pick something that they're not comfortable using. That too in the finals, I believe that's a very smart drafting. But I want to see what is going to be the answer. Leslie been taken out. What are the other marksmen that can pose a threat to the Beatrix? There are not many, but still, just to deny the comfort, they can ban out maybe an Erithiel or a Melissa or even maybe a Clint. But that's going to be the story for the next ban. Right now, BTR. Can they deny yet another jungler? That too in the form of Ling, maybe?
Sling is still open, and I think they can go for the Ling ban, because GPX lately I haven't seen Ling being played, even though she wasn't banned, but most of the time yes, she was banned. Meanwhile, Phoebus is going to be banned. Looks like they are going to go in for that Paquito pick again, and do not want that counter pick coming in from GPX right now. Also, GPX, like you said, there are many MM. I'm guessing they are going to go for the Brody ban right now. Brody was being banned in most of the games, as most once the MM pool is reduced. Brody has that capacity, the capability where in the late he can just deal an insane amount of damage. So probably a Brody or an Erythel ban. But looks like I'm wrong in this, and Lapu Lapu will be banned.
Seems like they've caught us by surprise, even both of us, because they're like, all right, we're just gonna reduce the EXP hero pool. We're gonna take out the Lapu Lapu from the picking phase. A decent ban, yes, as he's got a lot of mobility, can deal a ton of damage. Is very utility based hero, can tank a lot of that as well. And for your Paquito pick that you think BTA might go with, I personally feel like that it can be countered by an Esmeralda and GPX. They have got the room to pick up their EXP laners. They can answer that back with. So I feel like that they're gonna keep the EXP probably for the last. They wanna go with a marksman pick in this situation. Aerithel seems to be the best possible choice in the current scenario. They're gonna lock it as well. So they've got a pretty decent amount of late game scaling now. And talking about Brody, yes, he is very strong. I'll totally agree to that. But when it comes to later stages of the game, I feel like he falls off a little bit.
Probably that might be the situation. I mean, I myself I ain't a big fan of Brody, but I don't know how his late game and early game works. So, based on my data, I just said what I could.
Um,
Also, there is a Grok pick and a Masha pick coming in from GPX. That leaves us with a complete draft given by GPX. Like on
Wait.
Grok being picked, Grok is going to be amazing.
Um, yeah, that is true. But who's gonna go into the jungle? Will it be Grok or will it be Valentina? Because if it's Valentina in the jungle, that puts Kaja into that mage role, Grok towards that roam. But if
Uh,
it's Grok into the jungle, then it puts Kaja in that roam and Valentina into the mage. For now, the retreat is in the hands of no
I
way.
was about to say Kaja is going to be the jungler.
Uh, okay, I am quite excited to see how it's going to turn out for them. For BTR, it's a pretty standard draft, which we all figured out. But for GPX, this is something that they're gonna bring out under their sleeves. I really want to see how they're going to execute this. Smiling, just gonna ask you, who do you think will get the win in this one based on the draft?
Based on the draft, I feel GPX this time has a better draft. Okay, they
Hmm?
do have that Valentina, they do have the Grok, they have that Kaja. Also, Beatrix in the late game, she is going to rock and nail. So I am hoping this game is won by GPX, so that there is a balance and there is equal tension between both of the teams, and they do manage to just turn around the tables.
Yes, that's a very well answered question. Now we're gonna jump into the land of Dawn to disrupt that balance that we have for now, as it is going to be Team GPX on the blue taking on BTR on the red side. Score is 1 point in favor of BTR. GPX are looking for the answer, so let's see will they be able to get one or not. For now, Grog going with that roam, Kaja into that jungle, just as you were talking about, also has the jungle emblem though. So this is something very new. But for now, Vivian seems to be in trouble, quite low in the HP though, will retreat without any major problems, which actually gave priority to GPX towards that little wanderer. So very good objective based early game that they've been depicting since those previous matches.
Yes, that looks like the situation right now. GPX, like I said, they have a good draft. They have a good lineup. Kaja jungler. I think Skelet. I have seen a lot of Kaja junglers, and they work out real amazing as they are in that tank or EXP situation. Meanwhile, there is a backup coming in for Irithil. Matilda was there for a few seconds, but will be shifting back. And we know that the first turtle is going to be up. That is going to be up in less than 25 seconds, and probably that is when we are going to see the first contest happening on both the team. Hopefully, this time GPX do not think of ignoring that turtle, because last time they did miss all the three turtles and didn't result. I would say good.
That is true. They're trying to get some aggro on towards the top side, but W is very tanky. I don't think so they'll be able to make any play towards that end, but still got the turtle priority. I don't see anyone from the side of GPX near that area, so it should be a pretty easy uncontested turtle for Martyrs. But Funi making her way towards that LW, also right there, want to go in directly for that. There comes in Cine. Where is the rough fish? There it connects, gets the turtle for a team. Decimation is there, and just like that, Valentina takes the pick off on Mathilda. So 2-4-0. They did lose the turtle, but they've managed to get on top in those skills.
Yep, and meanwhile you missed that Irithel was taken down by Beatrix, and that was the first blood. Looks like Team GPX has the upper hand in the game. Valentino almost getting caught, will have to retreat. Meanwhile, Paquito will be stuck down. Okay, he will manage to escape right there. GPX is giving that comeback. They are having the dominance right now. And I just hope they do have the same, because they are doing pretty good for now. They did manage to get the first turtle and that kills as well.
Yes, that is correct. Now, this is what they've been doing. They've got a pretty decent early game start, and this is probably the third time that I'm watching them have a pretty good start in the early game, but they're not able to, snowball this lead that they've got and, get that big advantage in that later stages of the game. I want to see them doing that. And I want to see how, with this Kaja into the jungle, they're going to manage that, because there is no flicker for Kaja. So no flicker, divine judgment, cheeky plays. So we'll have to wait and see how they're going to end up landing those skills on point, because Kaja would need to jump in from those ambushes.
Yes, meanwhile, Kadita did manage to get that Valentina in the mid lane, which was pretty easy for Kadita to take Valentina. I'm not sure how did that happen, but that did happen because the map was down. We were focusing on the bot lane. It was the situation. So far the game is going pretty amazing. GPX do have the upper hand. They do have the map control. I just hope they do manage to get that, main objectives. If they start focusing on the main objectives in the start, that would be definitely a plus point coming in for Team GPX.
At the I feel like that they're actually doing that. They're focusing on those objectives, but somehow they're just getting a little unfortunate in that situation, as they're not managing to land in those last few hits, just like the turtle we saw. They got a couple of pickoffs there, and Valentina just used the decimation to take Mathilda out and had the movement speed, but the retribution did not land in from Kaja on the perfect time. It was Kadita's rough wave which actually secured the turtle. Now, this is the thing that BTR capitalizes on. They lose a couple of people, but they try and make some kind of play that negates the disadvantage that they might have had. So somehow GPX, they need to find the answer to this specific thing. They need to get that lead and they need to snowball it. They need to keep on rolling forward. If they've got the aggro in the early game, then they need to make sure to keep that and transition it towards the middle stages of the game.
Yes, I completely agree with you, Scared Yet. But right now, looks like Valentina might be almost in trouble. Will be escaping with 1% of HP, and the turtle is up. Kaja manages to get turtle even though it was 1v2 situation in that scenario. Okay, Kaja is doing pretty good so far. Little hiding in the bush and just baiting, but will have to retreat right now since she has a backup. That leads us to one turtle each and the gold. Yes, the gold is, I mean, it's not much, but 1k does matter to I mean, GPX to have that advantage, and I hope they keep going in for it.
You know, if we're talking about the late game, then I personally feel like GPX have got a much better advantage. They're trying to chunk down the tier 1 in the bottom side. They managed to do that pretty well for now. Retaliation is also there, and they're respecting the early game burst potential from Vivil, from Seni, and the support that might come in from Vivian. So, but as soon as this game will go to those later stages, I feel the Thunderclap would be an amazing resource. But for now, the Wild Charge used up. Sini will survive easily. The Guiding Winds was there. So, no Picos in that specific arena. Now, coming back to the point, Thunderclap from Masha, and it'll be literally 65% HP out of shell. So, that is something that BTR they need to watch out for.
Yes, Marsha going too deep in. Will she be paying for it, or will she manage to just, escape? Yep, she will manage to escape. There is her team who will be retreating. Rock landing his wall perfectly on time will help Marsha to just regain her HP and will manage. Valentina will be in trouble. Nope, there is backup. There is backup. Matilda might be in trouble right now. Looks like this game has a lot of potential in team fights. The Beatrix is playing real good. She's getting the farm which she needs. They do have that advantage. They do have every leads. Also, the third turtle is going to be up within no seconds, and this time I am guessing Kaja might be looking forward, but he will be extending a little too much in mid since I'm guessing he will be because okay, they just retreated for now. But that bot lane tier is the priority for GPX. Beatrix can melt down.
Oh, and that's an amazing decimation. Martis takes one down, will probably get the double as well. Beatrix with the Nibiru passion, not being able to get anything out of that. 3 people removed from the battlefield just like that. And this is the power of the early game that BTR has. GPX was doing extremely well, denying that early game advantage, but finally they've, fallen, and now the flow is in the hands of BTR. They need to keep this on if they want to, get those victory in towards that mid or late game. Their scaling on the late game is good. They have the Erythiel, but it's gonna fall off as Kadita will not be able to take them down after the Athenas, and then there's Paquito as well, who I don't think so will be that viable in that super late stage of the game.
Yes, look at that Marsha. She is trying her best to escape, but there is that Martis. She might be in trouble and will be taken down by Martis. Okay, she did manage pretty hard to escape from there, but she'll be taken down. Meanwhile, GPX did manage to get the 2 tiers, that is from top and the bot, whereas BTR got the mid and the bot lanes, who I'd say pretty equal in the laning section. But for now, looks
Oh,
like BTR are having their early dominance, as you said, Skyesports.
that was a very good wild charge, honestly. Stunning 2 people. They were not able to chase Beatrix down, so Senka will survive for now. But for how long? They need to make sure to stop this aggro from BTR right away. If they're not able to do so, this lead that's of 3k right now will increase to 6, and it will increase to 9. And they won't have any priority over the Lord Pit. They have the Grog to face check those bushes. They are getting the Kaja farmed up as well side by side, who I believe has already made the Curse Helmet. I would like to see the items that these team have, but we will just picked up the Guardian's helmet. Guardian's helmet on the Martis. I mean, that's already way too much tankiness, along with the burst of true damage that comes out of his ultimate. So that's a very good utilization of the items. Um, but I haven't seen the divine judgment landing that perfectly from Sky. So there's this thing at the end of the day that they're not able to figure out what exactly that they need to do with the draft that they have on hand.
Definitely agreeing with you, Skated. And looks like Team BT are going to go in for the first Lord. The Lord is up. They are not going to waste any time, but GPX, they are positioned well. They know that they are right there and will be going in for the Lord. They are not going to let that Lord go for waste. This is the first Lord, and GPX hardly managed to, maintain this balance which they have right now. Will they be able to maintain in the bot? We can see it's a 2v1 situation where there is Karita and Pokito trying to get that Masha, but it is not going to be an easy pick up on Masha. She is very tanky and will probably just stay. Lord will be resetted, and the goal difference still remains. There is a difference. Team BTR has that upper hand in the goal. They have, I would say, they don't have complete map control, but they do have a map control, and they know that. Who is where and what to handle exactly. That I think that's a plus point for BTR.
Yes, that is true. The position that Karita and Pakito have, and that is the only thing that's giving them the control over the map. But still, Grog being present near the Lord, it's going to be a little bit reassuring since Tal will provide the vision and will provide the information when the Lord is being taken down. So that's a good thing, though. Lord Dance will continue. In the meantime, we can see those EXP members just clearing out the wave near the inhibitor. The rotation from Karita and Pakito will be a little faster as compared to Masha because of the lack of mid tower. The wild charge used up. Karita seems to be stunned, but look at the back and that's Pakito decimated right away. Karita will get the HP back with her passive, but that's already one member taken down. LW joining the fight. Rough is used up, but it's just a grog. He's extremely tanky. Mart is trying to chunk down Kaja, but he is also very tanky. Was not able to do anything. The lack of damage, and it's going to be BTR retreating from the Lord Pit. That is an amazing win for GPX.
Yes, that is amazing win for GPX. This is going to be an easy lot, and I hope GPX go for it. Meanwhile, Beatrix is going to be their first mark on for the BTR, and they are looking forward to just go and mark. There is that Matilda who is trying to mark. Meanwhile, Valentina will be taken down, and that leads to a very bad advantage.
Yet another Nibiru's passion. Karita taken down by the Thunderclap, but the decimation is also there. Where is the double? He can do a triple one right now, but will have to retreat as Mortal Coils was just not enough for that damage. But yet another tide just turning 180 degrees in favor of BTR though. I mean, the Lord was literally down to just 4,000 HP. There was retribution on the hands of Kaja. Weevil was way far away to be even trying to think of that steal. That was a massive misplay from GPX, and it's costed them a lot. I really hope it does not cost them a lot of inhibitor towers. So they've got two towers in the mid and bot. They'll be able to save the inhibitors for those two lanes, but still, looking at the farm lead, it's 3,000 at this point. I would just want to see how they're going to transition it. And in the meantime, there's just an alert for the giveaway for the viewers. Make sure to keep on watching and hitting that like on that stream. Who knows? You might be one of the lucky winners from all the list of the people that we have. Make sure to share the stream with your friends as well, as we're going to jump back into the game real quick. Lord on the top side, smiling.
Yes, the Lord is from the top, but meanwhile, BTR are looking to have a great push coming in. They do manage to push from the bot, but meanwhile, Lord will be taken down since this is the first Lord. They won't have much of a damage, but it was something which didn't go in waste. They did manage to get the tier. They are looking forward to take the mid lane second tower, but the defense coming from GPX is pretty good. They are very tanky and able to defend it very well. The only weak links in the GPX right now, I feel, is the Valentina. They are marking Valentina back to back, and that is causing a little bit of a trouble.
That is true. I mean, I really heard Bell of Doom from your background, but seriously, GPX they've managed to avoid that. They're gonna jump in yet again, and a massive burst coming in, taking Matilda down. Rough connecting to four. Decimation is there. Beatrice will survive for no take. No one down. She will be taken down instead. And look at the HPs of all the members on the field. Kaja and Matilda, the only one who got a pretty decent chunk of that. Paquito will be able to gather some of his issue back with the region that he has, and he will manage to retreat a 3-4-2 trade off. After such a brawl right in front of our eyes, we ended up seeing 5 casualties in the total, who all will be just back into the arena. And it was Paquito who managed to make sure that his team comes out on top by taking out the inhibitor on the bottom.
Exactly, yeah. Paquito is like, you take my players down, but I will take your turret down and then retreat. He knows exactly when to move and where to move. That is something which I would never learn with Paquito. Never ever in my life. But yep, the second Lord is going to be up in less than 15 seconds. And we see that right now Team BTR has the upper hand. They do have the goal lead. They do have the map control. They have the push. They are making sure that each lanes are being held properly so that they don't have to, keep on uh, going for that unwanted pushes right now. Meanwhile, Vartus is going in for the Lord. They are not going to waste much time. I'm hoping this is going to be the direct Lord. No, they are just going to tease and wait until they get one of the member of GPX.
The Lord dance, both of these teams are just going to stick to that for now. The win condition for GPX in this game, it's literally just one. Take out Erithiel and then force the fight. They've got the divine judgment to do that. They have the tools, but they just need to utilize them properly. If they manage to somehow get their hands on Shell, then that's about it. But for now, Shell will try to take Thal out. And what the burst was that out of the world thing? Grok literally just demolished. And the rough waves will be there to zone the remaining members out. But we are going to see an engage. Kaja takes the Lord. He steals it away. HP of LW very low. Shell still trying to survive. He will manage to do that. Monster kill for Weevil in the time being, as he will punish Kaja for the steal. But somehow GPX are still hanging from that thread. Managing to steal away that Lord is something that they needed to do to ensure their survival for the next few minutes.
Yes, that Lord steal is going to help GPX a lot. I mean, come on, that was a whole Lord steal. It is not going to be much since BTR, they have 4 members. They are going to end this Lord probably in the mid air. But the damage coming from Beatrix right now is wow. So a split push would have been a proper move that would have come in from Team GPX right now. But look at that damage coming from Beatrix. As I said, she almost melted down the Martis and forced him to retreat. Meanwhile, Masha going in for a split push from the bot. This Lord didn't get much, I would say. Meanwhile, like I said, Karita is going to mark that Beatrix and make sure that Valentina is taken down as well. Okay, this is something insane happening right now.
Absolutely, they're going in for the chase. Heavy crossbow with that burst. 3-man wild charge. Somehow, Zal make sure that they and Kaja will survive. And they basically made sure that the base will not be ended right away. What an amazing play from that guy for the overextension by Funi as well as Senka. It was punished very well. We're going to see yet another rough waves, though not taking cards out entirely, just 30% of the HP, and they managed to defend their mid inhibitor. But what's going to be on the top? Heavy crossbow yet again. They're going to take one more member down. Imagine getting your breath stuck just because of the amount of aggression this team is showing, Annie.
I can feel you scared yet. This map is so crazy that I'm forgetting to focus on one place right now. The way they are just moving and grooving right now is something really insane. Now BTR is not giving a single chance to this GPX to have a comeback. They know, Karita knows whom to mark. She have been marking that Beatrix for pretty long. She knows that Beatrix is going to be a pain It's a pain in, but okay, pain and they are just going to dominate this. Eventually, as you said, GPX has that 1% chance of winning right now, and the third lot is going to be up in less than 15 seconds. And this lot is 400% hopefully going to decide what is going to happen further.
Oh, 100%. Quite a few numbers that you just used right there, but still, I wouldn't exactly call it a 1% chance for GPX. I'm going to give them at least 30%. The reason being, if Stahl manages to get yet another good stun, if they try and force BTR to engage and then go in for the re-engage, then they've got a much better chance at that. But in order to make sure that they win, LW has to use the Thunderclap on Shell. He needs he needs to get Shell down to at least 20% of the HP in order to make sure that Grog is not melted by that heavy crossbow.
Yes, Croc. I mean, they are just going to make that Lord dance, as you said. This dance is going to happen. Knowing BTR, they are just going to do that until they know they have the perfect opportunity to dive in and take one of their members down. You know, we see that Karita have positioned herself very well. She is going to clear out that wave of minions and make sure to find out where Beatrix is hiding and mark that Beatrix. She has to be real careful. Now, she is the only key of damage right now and will be holding a lot of importance in this game if she manages to survive right now.
That is correct, and we can clearly see the wave priority. Pakito cleared out that wave and is jumping towards the Lord Pit. This is the advantage that BTR were waiting for. They have that, they can go in for the fight. Croc already half HP. Heavy crossbow will be melting him down very easily, but not yet utilized by Shell. He goes in for it. Make sure the remaining members are retreating back to the safe position. But they're just dancing around it. They're not securing it either ways. That's yet again Lord reset it back to full HP. Though they might catch Kaja off position, he will manage to retreat. He's so very tanky.
It is very tanky and looks like Martis has started Lord. Probably this is not the Lord dancing right now. And they're looking forward. Yep, it was a Lord dancing. They're just going to dive in for the fights. Kaja and Grok are pretty tanky. They are able to, melt them down as easily as possible. Meanwhile, we can see that Pakito is pretty low. Masha is right there. Will she be able to take out that immortality of Pakito? Nope, nothing is going to happen for now.
Back to the same dance yet again, though heavy crossbow dealing a ton of damage. The dash was not over to the walls. That's going to be Nibiru's fashion used of decimation coming right in. Kaja surviving. How did he manage to survive that? And how did we will die? That's going to be a couple from Beatrix. Wants to go in for the third as well. Valentina steals it away. But they've got the trade that they needed. 3 for absolutely 0.
Yes, Kaja surviving the whole thing was a wow situation. Beatrix, like I said, watch out for Beatrix. And as a main survivor, she did manage to get Matilda. I am pretty sure Matilda can't do anything here right now since it is Beatrix Kaja. All they have is that retribution, which they will be landing on time. All Matilda can do is provide vision. Will she be got up here? Nope, she will be retreating pretty quick. This goes that the third lord is for GPX. Look at the goal difference. It was against GPX and right now it's for GPX. That is the amount of comeback they are having right now. I am just hoping they hold on for this comeback. Make a lot out of it. They are going in for the push. They are making sure that that one inhibitor turret doesn't even remain even when the lord is up. Meanwhile,
the base.
Yep, the base. But there is a Lord marching, okay? There is a Lord marching, so they know that it is not going to be a huge issue in the board. Meanwhile, they did manage to take the main inhibitor turret. That was there for BTR. This comeback was something which GPX needed right now, Skyesports.
I mean, rather than just, naming this BTR versus GPX, we can just name it the game of comebacks. If in case GPX they manage to come back in this game and get the win, I'm going to call it the game of comebacks because that is what these teams have been doing. That's going to be a Wind of Nature used up but cannot protect from the magic damage. Circling Eagle on 3, but that's about it as they are going to retreat. Beatrix is not there. They've lost their damage numbers, but the Lord is still healthy, marching down the bot.
Yep.
Sini, where are you going? That's not the correct way. Says Funi high and buy as well as the take down Kadita. 1-for-1 trade off. But that's about it. No, wait, it's not. They actually want to go in for the chase. Things seem to be troublesome. We will. He has the control for now, and he will try and make sure that Vivian survives. But that's a wild chance. Two members knocked up. Immortality used up already. Circling Eagle yet again connecting, but Masha making sure to pick them off. Irithiel clearing up the Lord will join the fight at the top side and will make sure to force the members of GPX to retreat.
Yep, GPX did play that game well, even though Beatrix was taken. It was a payback coming in for GPX. They did manage to get that Karita. She tried pretty hard to run away, but no, not happening while GPX, all the 5 members were right there. So, getting that Matilda also was a plus point, I would say. GPX are playing pretty good. They did manage to get the top lane inhibitor, not the main, but yep, they got the tower. The fourth Lord is going to be up in less than 25 seconds. This Lord is going to be very, very crucial right now. As we see that Team GPX, they have that hand, they have the control. If at all they lose this control, this is going to be a huge fallback again. So I'm hoping this time they don't let go of that advantage which they have right now.
Absolutely, because the goal difference at this point it does not matter. It's literally 75k to 73k, just 2,000 goal difference. But that is only for those last minute item changes, and that's about it. There won't be, there's absolutely no other value of that specific goal. So we'll see. Will LW be picked off? He's extremely tanky though with those 3 HP bars, so I don't think so. Um, Penny will make the way towards that. But look at the camping that they're doing. Um, I'm honestly pretty surprised by the bush Sini is camping in because I'm pretty sure no member of GPX would actually come from that bush towards the bottom. That is the reason why LW is there, just to clear those waves right away. So I feel like Sini should change that, but maybe she's just there so that if Martis and Matilda they provide the vision towards that Lord Set, should be able to make the way from that backside with that lurk and will be able to take down the backline very easily without any frontliner tanking that. Puni?
Yes.
Puni? Puni seems to be in trouble. Sini is just right next to it. Okay, they'll be safe. They'll be safe. They knew about that. They knew they had an idea about that.
Yep, Phony missing near the lot. They know where to find her. Now since lately Phony has been doing that stunts where she's going and hiding in the jungle of the GPX, it is quite easy for them to spot her now. So she should be watching out for that move as well. Meanwhile, Pakito and Masha are having their own little chess game in the board. They are just clearing the minions. They're having a minion game in the board, I would say. Again, the Lord tension is still there. They are just going to wait around the Lord. Wait until they find that one opportunity to give up the Lord or take the Lord.
At the end of the day, it just for now comes down to whose marksman is taken out first. Will it be Erethiel to fall or will it be Beatrix to fall? Because the main core chunk of damage will be coming out from those two people, Karita and Valentina. Yes, they can try to take down someone other than the marksman, but they will not be able to. So those will be fruitless efforts. But for now, I believe BTR they've changed things a little bit. Erethiel wants to go in for the chase against the Masha in that bottom side, so they want to somehow force LW back so that he is not able to clear those waves as efficiently as he's been doing. But this also means that GPX will have an opening towards that Lord, which they are capitalizing on for now as they're making sure that Vivil and Vivin they have to, move out of that Lord split, but just that continuous dance going in. How will they actually manage to break this stalemate? That is the question. The team that loses patience first will be the one who might be throwing away the advantage that they have.
yes, the advantage that they have right now. But you see, like I said, Kadita knew where well Beatrix taking use of that flicker pretty well, and she did manage to survive, which will leave Kadita to just retreat for now. Wow.
That is correct. And they've got this advantage towards that lot now since Beatrix and LW, both of them are not in that team fight. It's a 3v5 situation there. They can make sure to capitalize on it. They're actually forcing Rock to retreat. Heavy crossbow has not been used up, wants to keep it for the later stages. But look at the HP. Kaja being chunked down very low, but the device judgment at the last second. Rough Waves is not going to make any difference as LW makes his way from that backside, making sure that everyone has to retreat, and it's going to be Paquito in the line, falling right after they want to go in for more, but it's just Vivian. He will manage to dash away. Are they actually looking to go for the end right away, or they want to go in for the Lord? I personally think that they can actually go in for the end. The wave clear is not that good. Yes, Mortal Coils will be able to stop the wave for a few minutes, but that's about it. I don't think so they'll actually be able to clear the wave if there is no rough waves, which is actually available for now. So I think that they might be able to do it. They have gone for the rough waves. The siege is active. They want to go in for more. They've chunked one person down. Cine seems to be very low and will not survive as Beatrix will clear her off the base, and that's going to be yet another win for GPX. They want to go in for more. They want to go in for more. The Mortal Coil is used up. There is no Divine Judgment. Kaja is trying to chunk the Lord down. Circling Eagle connecting on Valentina, and they're trying to go in for the base. They're directly going in for the end, and GPX with that massive comeback.
A massive, massive comeback, GPX. Like I said, I wanted them to win, and they did win this game. My God, I would say they just outplayed the BTR right now. The way they just managed to take that, mind control of BTR, the way they used to control the map, the way they had potential of just going front and back and taking away, marking their and trying real hard to get that the Lord games which PTR usually play. This time they definitely failed at it. I did say GPR had that 1% chance, but it is not 1% anymore. They did manage to get this victory, so I would say 1-1 score for both the teams. This game was wow. Okay, the way just GPX had that comeback. This is going to be the first loss of Bigetron era since their win streak. Even though it is a single game, that is still a game counted. And yes, heads off to GPX for getting this victory. And let's just jump into the scoreboard, and why don't you spit it out for us, Kedit?
I mean, the scoreboard 16-18, Bigetron era had the kill advantage. They had the gold advantage in the early game, but that's about it. I mean, golden stuff from Sinka. I didn't expect that, Annie.
I mean, I expected that. The way Beatrix was OP in this whole match, the way she had the damage, the way she had that control, the way her positioning was, I think everything was perfect.
The combination of the Demon Hunter sword along with the golden staff, that was the thing that managed to actually chunk down those tanky frontliners. Malefic Rogue, perfect, absolutely great, I would say, adaptation on those items, and making sure that they've got enough damage to take them out. 32% damage dealt by Funi. Those were the only two people who had to be taken care of, and VTR, they did not manage to do that. Kaja Jungle working out absolutely perfectly for GPX.
Yes, they did work out amazingly. This game is something which let us know that now Brigaton Era knows that this is not going to be easy. Since this is the final, both the teams are going to make sure to fight as much as possible and beat mind game, beat anything. This game is going to turn over. Every match is crucial. Every victory is crucial. So yes, watching
Mhm.
out for every victory is something the teams are doing right now.
That is correct. I really felt like Bigetron era, they kind of heavily depended on Shell for that late game damage. They thought that maybe that would just be enough. And, rough face from Seni would be able to catch Beatrix or maybe the Valentina off position. But they did not manage to get that hold of the main win conditions in towards that later stages of the game, especially when the Lord dancers were there. Paquito trying to jump in, trying to get those pickoffs. It was absolutely nothing but food. He tried to tank in some damage, but he was the one who tanked 24% of the damage. But I really feel like the Masha into that EXP lane, it worked out so very well. Had LW been on any other hero apart from that Masha, I don't think so. She would have been pulling that off.
I agree with you, Maka. I mean, scared yet I do agree with you since Masha has been holding. I mean, she was very tanky. She kept on, as and when Paquito used to go in the bot and try to clear out minions, she made sure that none of it affected rest of the team. She took care of it single-handedly. In that previous match where Karina was the hyper, they didn't have a proper, a fighter who could just go and clear out lanes while they were trying to split push. So Karina was, as being the hyper, Karina was trying to push that, so that did lead to any advantage. And in this game, Marsha, being the fighter, taking down that whole part away and making sure that rest of her team is near the Lord and taking care of that Lord did help the whole team a lot. So yes, Marsha was a perfect pick coming in.
Yeah, and we just had an eye on the score as well. It's 1-1, the finals. The 8-win streak of Bigetron era was put to a halt as GPX they managed to finally made sure that Bigetron era will be tasting their first defeat. They've already taken the first step towards the victory, towards that trophy, towards that championship, but there are still three more long steps remaining. I really want to see how they're going to try and pull that off because in the next game, I'm expecting Masha to be banned out. And if Masha is banned out, I don't think so. LW will be able to pull off that exact same thing which he just did with Masha onto some other heroes. May be able to try with an Esmeralda with a sprint, so that would be pretty good option. But I don't think so. He'll have that much amount of mobility as well as the wave clearing capacity and tanking possibilities in that. I think Yuzhong would actually be a decent choice, but they themselves banned it out. And in the game number one, it did not work out well for them. So I feel like they might not go lean in towards the same thing. But I really want to see how they're going to manage that in the next game.
Yes, the next game is going to be thrill, and I'm hoping to watch some of the most new heroes. But for now, we'll just take a break and be back in a short while.
Hey everyone, welcome back after those exciting two games of comeback that we just witnessed. The first one by the Bigetron and the second one by the GPX Basreng. We're down towards the third one, but before we jump towards that side, I would want to ask Zita how well played were those two previous games?
I mean, the game of comebacks. That's like you said. The grand finals of SEA Championship is just as exciting as I hoped it would be. But yeah, amazing gameplay coming from the side of Team GPX Basreng to clinch that comeback and give the first defeat of this tournament to the side of Team Bigetron era. I thoroughly enjoyed it. They played really, really well. And how about that Masha? Huh?
Man, on point. Absolutely perfect pick by LW. And I am personally expecting it to be banned out right away from the game number three because the amount of freedom that he had the lever to move around the entire map. He can do anything he wants to. Those three HP bars helped him so much. Now we're going to see what was the situation when phase two began on the Skyesports SEA Championship and where we are currently. You can clearly see on the screen Bigetron, GPX, they continued their journey. They were in the phase two, round two, and from there, Bigetron did not lose even a single map. They were the ones who actually went towards the finals from the upper bracket, while GPS, Basrang, Zeta, we both saw their journey, didn't we?
Yeah, we definitely did. They both were the undefeated teams, the big names, the big guns coming in from group stages where both of them were 4-0. And yeah, they were the tournament favorites. We've seen them face off in the upper bracket finals, but unfortunately for Team GPX, Team Begatron beat them 2-0, a clean sweep, handing Team GPX their first defeat of the tournament. Now Team GPX Basreng have come back and handed Bigetron era their first defeat of the tournament as well. And it has been such an exciting, such a competitive match. We can see on this.
Absolutely. Hmm. Yeah, I mean that's been such an insane favor return. Talk about sweet revenge, GPX coming on top. And just after, we were talking about sweet, we've actually got a very sweet thing for all the public out there. We've got the giveaways. You just saw it on the screen as well. Share it as much as you can and increase your chances of winning. That's all you need to do. Click on the share button. Make sure that everyone, they join the stream. They do not want to miss out this kind of finals. The prize pool is massive, a total prize pool of 10,000 US dollars. That's absolutely insane, Zita.
Only two teams in the tournament remain. Let's see who take the bragging rights of being the champion of SEA Championship. I'm really excited. We have seen such an amazing gameplay so far in this throughout this tournament by all the teams. Though, yeah, just jump into the second round of this game and see. Third round of this matchup, and let's see if Team GPX Basreng continue to show their dominance. Continue their momentum throughout this match again, or will they lose their momentum again to BTR this time? Place your
I
bets
mean,
right now, Scared.
Mhm.
Who do you think will win?
um, it's a game of comebacks. The first one was BTR, the second one was GPX. I'm going to put my bets on GPX in this one. I think BTR will have the early game aggro and GPX will be the one to come back in this match. But for now, just as we said, jumping into the drafting phase, we can see the joy being banned out right away. I'm expecting a show. I'm expecting those normal standard bans that we've been seeing.
Absolutely, and yeah, there is a Joy ban and a Kaja ban coming in from both the sides. I still didn't understand the Chow ban for the side of Team BTR by GPX. We have seen a lot of Chow bans for the side of Team BTR. If Team BTR really have a really good Chow player, I would like to see them in action in this match or some match coming forward in this grand finals. I'm sure the audience will as well. So a 1-1 coming in side of Team BTR. What do you think Team GPX's ban would be?
We've seen them banning out the show, so I feel like that might be the situation, or they even might try and take up the Valentina. But they're gonna say no to both of them, and they're gonna make sure that I'm proven wrong by taking out the Leo mod. Pretty good ban from both of them, and coming back to the show that you just mentioned, the reason why he's being banned out is because he can immune a lot of crowd control by using the Shunko, and he also have a lot of movement speed with the Jeet Kundo, and you always know those flicker way of the dragon setups. You can literally get one from the backline right in the middle of the fight, in the center of that entire hurricane, right into the eye, and your team can just land in your AoVs and finish them off. That is the amount of freedom a show provides you. Akai, his playstyle is entirely different, and you who better than you might know about that.
Exactly. And you also don't have to tell me about Chow because I am a Chow main. So yeah,
Uh-huh.
the Valentina is still open, but I don't think, and so is Faramis, but I don't think it's a voice choice to pick Faramis while Valentina is open because you give the trump card of yours to the opponents as well. So a Martis pick coming in from the side of Team BTR will be their first pick, their go-to pick. Okay, the aggression, the early on aggression and the domination that we have seen from Maltes in these early on matches as well. We know how good of a hero Maltes is. So yeah, he deserves the first pick. Let's see what the picks from the side of Team GPX will be. Matilda. Okay.
Hmm. All right. I believe this is rather than anything else, it's actually just a deny pick, and they're going to retain the Valentina from the previous game. She was being targeted a lot, but still somehow managed to actually dish out 32% of the damage, and that's absolutely insane. And you guys know what another insane thing is? That the winners of the giveaway will be announced on Skyesports Instagram page soon. A few winners are already done, but there are a lot more remaining. So make sure to share the stream with your friends right away so that you stand a chance in winning those amazing diamond bags for yourself. Now, let's talk about the current scenario. How are BTR going to answer the Valentina as well as the Matilda? They need to pick the heroes that do not give a lot of value out of the ultimate, and Lunox is one of the most amazing choices of that.
Speaking of such heroes, there is also Fredrin open, but I think Team BTR will prioritize um, Yuzong over Fredrin. I was thinking Fredrin might be a good choice here. He is open, he isn't banned, and Team GPA won't be getting much value out of that Valentina with that Fredrin in place. But instead, Team BTR chose to go for their comfort pick, which would be a Yuzong. We have seen them play really amazing. That zoning coming out of Yuzong from Team BTR. And yeah, the last game, Masha returns for the side of Team GPX Canadian.
I believe LW will just continue to do the things that he was doing in the previous match, and he having this hero on the hand just give him an entirely different kind of confidence because he basically had no fear whatsoever of being picked off. Those three massive HP bars is something that he likes to keep on his hand. He likes to feel it safe and wants to play it with that. So I want to see how LW is going to pull things off in this game, but the Grog is the one who will be taken away. So GPX, they are just denying a few utility-based heroes to BTR, and I feel like that's a very good ban. They picked the Matilda for their side, so banning away the Grog, absolutely good choice.
Absolutely, and that wild charge flicker combinations that gives the setup for the team fights is gonna be deadly when we see PTR's lineup head up with Lunox and Yuzong and Martis. Grok would have been deadly, so it was a good choice from the side of Team GPX to ban it out first, and from the side of Team BTR, they are gonna choose Beatrix. They are gonna deny that marksman coming for the side of Team GPX, as we saw in the last match. Beatrix had a big role to play for the side of Team GPX with that Demon Hunter Golden Staff combination with Malefic Roar. We have seen amazing play by the side of Team GPX, which allowed them to come back into the match. And the Lolita ban coming in from the side of Team GPX, they are looking forward to reducing the tank pool as well as they need a marksman, and Lolita counters most of those marksmen. That's why they have chosen for a safe ban in the form of Lolita.
Mm, I'm a little confused for now as to what BTR will think to be a good ban in this situation. They both of these teams, they've kind of secured the similar type of heroes, and they're missing the marksman from their comp. There's a tank that is also need to be filled up by BTR. I feel like they've got a pretty decent amount of choices from to pick one off. Maybe an Atlas they can go, or even secure a Diggy for their side. There's a Carmilla. So there are a ton of choices. But GPX, they've lost the Beatrix. They don't have any chance on the Melissa. Maybe they want to pick up the Erithiel, denying that one hero to BTR, or maybe a Claude.
Maybe, but GPX do have that Valentina though, which can copy the ultimate of any tank. So a Diggy or an Atlas is out of the question. They will like to think about a tank that can, that doesn't have that much impact of an ultimate, so that they can be safe as well. So yeah, a Clint pick coming in from the side of team GPX. I see Irithel still open. BTR can go for Irithel as a marksman, and we all know how deadly Irithel can be with the heavy crossbow once she hits her power spike. So yeah, the last two picks coming from the side of Team BTR will determine the final lineup for them. My predictions are that they are gonna go for an Irithel and probably um, let's see,
Maybe
maybe a Faramis. Maybe a
Leslie.
Faramis. No, I said Irithel and Faramis, maybe.
I feel like a Leslie, they can go for it because she's open and the insane true damage that comes out of it is out of this world. But all right, they're actually gonna secure the Brody as well as the Karina for them. A decent choice. I believe Brody will fall off in the later stages of the game, but he still has an amazing power spike after the BOD and the Demon Hunter Sword. So I really want to see how they're going to transition it. But Zeet, I'm actually having the deja vu in this game because I've seen the Yuzhong against the Clint situation. We did see that yesterday, and it was not at all a smooth game for Clint. So I am a little scared for her, but still, it's not like they don't have any protection. They've got the Matilda this time, and they're
Oh,
actually showing up the Minotaur.
or yes, that is a game-changing
Chico has
tank
picked.
if you know how to play the rage perfectly. We know Team GPX for their unusual picks that might surprise the enemy. Yesterday we've seen Franco, and today we are seeing a Minotaur. Yes, scared yet?
I
Please
was
tell the viewers and me about Minotaur more.
I was actually expecting a Chiku guys Todak play Minotaur into the mid lane, but this is entirely different. It's into the jungle. I'm pretty excited to see because it gives them a massive tool to re-engage. As soon as the Minotaur hits that rage bar, you know that he will jump in with the Minion Fury, and you need to stay safe from that. But for now, guys, you don't need to stay away from the stream because you have to stick as close to it as possible. The giveaway is there. 25,000 watching. It means 500 diamonds each for 70 players. That's quite a lot of math. Theta, I was not very good at math, but I feel like that's somewhere around 3,500 diamond giveaway. So, guys, make sure to share the stream as we're going to jump into the game number 3. Bigetron era on the blue, taking on GPX on the red. 1-1 is the score. Let's see who gets the win.
I see Martis playing the Rome Rome role for the side of Team BTR. A good choice. He has a good crowd control with his second skill. He can engage, he can disengage, he can initiate fights. And yeah, Martis playing in that role is completely okay. But Minotaur in jungle is something that is going to be interesting to see from the side of Team GPX. I'm very, very excited to see that. And yes, you are bad at math. It was 35,000 diamonds, not 3,500 though. But that all are for viewers. If we hit 25,000 watching, that is.
I mean, I already gave you a heads up. I'm very bad at math. So, yes, I missed the zero out there, but these teams are not going to miss anything. Not even a single chunk of gold from those minions as they're going to secure the farm in their jungle for now. But the question of the hour is, do they play aggressive in towards that early game, or they try and slow things down just to let the Valentina scale up, just to let the Clint scale up? GPX, they've got this question, and since there is no flicker on the Minotaur, it also means that it does provide a little bit of a room to Bigetron era to play along with that because you know that flicker is not going to come out. But for now, he seems to be in trouble as he was knocked up. The Minion Fury is not there. And that's the first blood right off the bat. Minotaur into the jungle is not working out, at least for the first minute.
Yeah, Minotaur is such a hero that you can't play aggressive with him. You want the enemy team to engage upon you so that you can take advantage with the Minion Fury knock up ultimate combination that will decimate any invading team, any incoming team. So I expect such gameplay from GPX as well. That gives time for Valentina and Clint to farm up a little, play defensively. But Matilda likes to play some aggressive gameplay. So one off hero that for that play style might just prove that GPX will definitely come back in the late game with that kind of a composition. And the first turtle goes into the hands of Team BTR without any engage. Here we can see they are invading into the jungle. Three of the Team Bigetron members into the red buff, not denying Minotaur to have any kind of jungle advantage from since the early game. They also picked up a kill upon them, so it's gonna be even more hard for the Minotaur to keep up in the jungle. Scared yet?
I feel like they're actually going to turn their attention towards the bottom, where both the marksmen they've been farming very easily. The fight into that EXP is going to be so boring because LW has got a lot of HP. Yuzhong after the combination would want to retreat, but for now, I don't think so. Retreat is a choice for BTR, but it definitely is a must-pick option for GPX as they had to. They don't want to face Martis whenever he's jumping into that mortal coil. He is going for a tank build. He will be really, really tanky. Plus, the true damage is always there with the decimation. Now, since Karina is running for the Demon Slayer emblem, I feel like she's also going to go for the tanky build. But at this point, these lineups are going to become extremely tanky towards that mid and later stages of the game, and they don't have any continuous DPS type of hero. Clint has to wait for the cooldowns of his skill, and so does Brody. So I really want to see how they're actually planning to transition it towards that mid and late game. The brilliance has been forced out, Zeta.
Yeah, Team GPX would definitely like to rely on the burst damage combination that they have. But for the side of Team Bigetron era, they do have that Lunox to provide that DPS when needed. And it's going to be pretty handy in this match, I think, because having that DPS when needed will put Team Bigetron in an advantage. The second turtle goes into the favor of Team Bigetron as well without any contestant, just a little maybe interest shown by Masha, maybe to steal there, but she was unsuccessful here in the bot lane though. In the top lane though, there would be a fight breaking out as Masha seems to be in trouble. Three of the Team Bigetron will be diving onto him, and Karina is the one picking up the kill onto Masha there. And the first tier turret for the side of Team GPX should go down. In retaliation, though, in bot lane, three members of Team GPX are trying to force out the tier 1 turret of gold lane. Matilda goes in, use her ultimate onto Martis. Martis right now half his HP. He will be really tanky with that mortal coil and the tank emblem tank building. He will not go down, but the turret will. Yet, scheduled.
And I feel like Matilda would probably be the next one in line, but says no Yuzhong as he wants to go in for Fury. He tries to jump away with the flicker, but with the Dragon Tail, the damage was just enough to take him out with the retaliation. Karina wants to go in for the Shadow Energy, takes one down, wants to go for more. There's another pick off, taking two of them out of the picture. Clint is the only one trying to get something out of the quick draw. But in the meantime, Brody is going to take down the mid lane tier 1. So that's a full map control in the hands of Bigetron era as they will transition it towards the gold lane now.
Team BTR won't let go of low HP targets easily. They have the decimation of Martis as well as Karina to finish off exactly those. And they are gonna be not letting anybody escape in any fight that they are gonna take. This team fight was not fruitful for Team GPX. They probably need more time to show their domination as their late game composition has to come out and shine. Though Matilda, as usual, will be playing aggressive, maybe bait out something here. Turtle has spawned in. Bigetron would not like to waste any time and will go straight to it. It would be the third turtle here. Black Dragon from on the top lane comes out for Yuzong onto that Clint, and Clint goes down just as we spoke. Yuzong will be a deadly threat for Clint in any lane, any team fight. So I also didn't understand the Clint pick coming in from the side of Team GPX.
Ooh. I mean, that was so close with the torn apart memory. Shell almost got that pick off on Sal, but yes, I am quite surprised with the Clint as well. It's a pretty decent pick though for normal situations, but looking at the amount of tankiness that's coming in by Bigetron era, I feel like this should have gone for maybe an Irisiel. Carry is not that good of an option, but still works out extremely well against the tanky composition. But because of the presence of the Yuzong, feel like she would have been threatened as well into that backline unless she made the Wind of Nature. But as for Clint, his burst damage is extremely good. He will be able to chunk down those tanky people, but they need Funi as well to fill up the gaps in that damage department, which Lunux as well as Shell are filling already for their own team.
Masha is engaging in a fight in the top lane, in the bottom lane here. I mean, trying to defend the tier 2, but it will go down eventually. In the top lane, though, Team GPX are gonna be engaging onto that Matilda. Matilda goes down. I mean, Shell goes down. I'm sorry. Black Dragon form for Yuzong comes out. Skydia, please take over.
That's going to be the Petrify, the decimation from the backside. It will be just enough to take Clint down, and Valentina is not going to survive this either. Fumi wants to go in for the chase. It connected and has basic attack is there, but he does not want to go in for the chase any longer. How did Funi manage to survive there? But that was such a beautiful way to cage the members of GPX. Martis from the front, Yuzhong from the back. You can't run anywhere as there is no more tier 1 on that top side. You cannot jump back to the safety. And right now, that's going to be the Lord easily secured by Bigetron era. They will be trying to knock onto those inhibitors at least, and they will try to get 1 or 2 out. Let's have a quick look at the items. Zeta, Brody with the Blade of Hypnosis along with the Blade of Despair. He is probably going in for the Malefic Roar this time, but Lunox with an early glowing wand instead of a lightning truncheon. What do you think about that?
She does need to melt the opponent's tankiness. You know, they have Minotaur, they have Masha, they have Matilda. She has to, penetrate the front line in order to reach the back line. So yeah, it would be a really helpful item. There might be another team fight coming in at the mid lane tier 2. Nope, GPX says no thank you, and they just retreat away. Lord marching in from the top side into the inhibitor almost. Let's see how effectively GPX defends that.
I feel like they'll be able to do so. Fumi wants to jump in with the Black Dragon form into that backline. Will make sure that they have to retreat. But that's about it from this Lord, because the tower passives were up. So they managed to easily clear off the minions. Though I'm not quite sure why Funi has the chaos of Cine. She would probably want to, steal the ultimate of Fumi, that is the Black Dragon form. That might provide them a much better value, or maybe the decimation, even a Shadow Assault by Weevil would also work. But I guess maybe the Brilliance is a better tool in escaping from the Yuzhong when it's just onto your head. You never want to see that dragon right in front of you.
Exactly. Even though she stole the Black Dragon from coming in from the side of team, coming in from Yuzong, she would not be that tanky as Yuzong was, and she would probably just die in. And there is an engage made by Team BTR onto that Masha, but Masha does run away. Given that she has 3 HP bars, how can she not do that?
LW again surviving, and she's trying to clear those lanes again and again though. Malefic Roar, the purchased by Shell. So she'll be penetrating those shields that are not just yet there, apart from a couple of dominance eyes. I don't think so there's any more physical defense. Just an anti-curious onto the hands of Minotaur, and nothing apart from that. Wait, I don't even see a dominance site at this point. That's actually not very good, as there will be no one to stop the region of Fumi, Zita.
Mm, yes, exactly. I can't see how they are building their builds as a counter draft, but yeah, a dominance ice would have been really, really helpful to counter Yuzong's regeneration and reduce his tankiness in team fights so that team can easily burst them out with the help of Clint. But the second Lord has been spawned here. Team Bigetron already in position to take it as soon as the Lord spawns. There goes Lunox's continuous DPS, and Lord was nothing. The Lord just went down in like 3 seconds, maybe. That's the
Yeah.
damage, burst damage potential, and also the DPS Lunox can provide when she wants.
The power of chaos assault, and you really don't want to stand in front of her way whenever she's onto that. But she also becomes a little vulnerable in that state. But then again, when you've got Vivian protecting you, when you've got Fumi in that Black Dragon form, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. It's gonna march down from the top side, Lord. I am guessing they'll be able to chunk down those inhibitors, and if in case they, manage their waves properly, BTR might as well get this game because the farm difference is absolutely insane at this point. It's almost 9k, and that too in their favor. Minotaur has not been landing any Minion Furies. They are not allowing her to do that, and that is one of a big reason why Bigetron era are in the control in this situation. Well, the torn apart memory almost there, taking down Funi, but she survives. That, I mean, that's the reason why she actually picked the brilliance, just so that she could survive those chunks of burst. There comes in the Black Dragon form. Fumi wants to go into the back line, wants to try and get them out. Petrify was not there, but that's a very good control. Yuzhong will lose her immortality, but in the meantime, Lord chunking down Crystal as well. They've actually managed to survive. They've just lost LW in the process. That's going to be all three inhibitors taken down, but they want to go in for the more. Valentina, she went way too far away, but Lunax has been shut down, and a very good Minnow and Fury onto three people, but they could not capitalize on that as the minions were the priority.
Good Minnow and Fury coming in from Minotaur. That's what we have expected throughout this match, but unfortunately, Minotaur hasn't been able to replicate that again and again. So this might still be there might still be a chance for Team GPX because right now, when everything is down, even the inhibitors are down, it has to be a do or die for this match at least, for this game at least. A final good Minnow and Fury on the on the initiating position will put Team GPX in the controlling seat of this match anytime. Anytime. He can change the tides of the match just like that, but it has to be a perfectly timed ultimate. And that is what I'm hoping Team GPX decides to display for us.
That is right. And I'm actually pretty surprised that we will actually decided to go in for the damage build. Apart from the cursed helmet, there are absolutely no tanky item. That's just the cursed helmet, and then it's entire damage, just raw burst potential. So it's gonna be difficult for Clint to survive that. But I would say, guys, there's nothing difficult for you all, and one of the most easiest thing for you to do would be to share the stream so that you get a chance of winning 500 diamonds, and that too, 70 people might stand that chance, and you really would not want to miss this opportunity to get free diamonds and get the skins that you love, and make sure to wreak havoc in the arena, just like how BTR and GPX are doing. Let's have another look at the item as usual. He's almost finished out his entire build going in for the anti-cuirass, which is going to make sure to reduce the burst of Clint even further. And as soon as that happens, Fumi, she can literally just stand in the face of Clint and make sure to finish him off. But they managed to take the Lord Zeta.
He did. When the giveaway screen popped up, the lake did manage to take the Lord here. This might be the final Lord of the match. Black Dragon form pops up from Yuzong there. He goes in. Unstoppable kill coming in from Karina over to Clint. Clint is down early. There goes down Valentina by Lunox. Brody gets a kill onto Masha. Only Minotaur struggles to keep up with a double kill by Shell onto Minotaur. Matilda goes into her base, trying to save herself, and this is going to be a victory for the side of Team BTR. GG, well played, both the sides. It was a thrilling competition. At the start, we were really looking forward to see the Minotaur shine, but unfortunately for the side of Team GPX, it didn't happen, and that was an easy victory picked up by the side of Team Bigetron Era on to the game three. In this game three, and let's just look at the scores right here. Scared, please break this down further for us.
I mean, it's clear that ALW on that Masha could not work out, and Funi was punished again and again. They could not find the opening that was required of them to do so, and the reason was only because of the presence of Martis in the hands of Vivian. She had that freedom of, actually making sure that the bushes are absolutely clean. They had to create that distance whenever the mortal coils was used up, and they actually had to play it extremely safe because we saw it in those team fights as well. If Martis was in front of you, then Fumi on that Black Dragon was right behind you. So I feel like leaving the Yuzhong open, it gave I would say a lot of confidence boost to Fumi because she's been on point with her Yuzhong again and again. Just as we said, I was having a deja vu of one of previous day's game. It's right in front of us. Yet another I'm so sorry for that. Yet another win for Bigetron Era, 16-5.
And also taking a look at the builds, I am surprised that Team GPX didn't even build a Radiant armor to, maybe try and reduce the DPS coming in from Lunox. We were definitely confused with the builds, counter builds coming in from the side of GPX, but we don't know. We don't know what pro stats they have, and they have made it to finals here, and they have displayed absolutely amazing gameplay till now so far. Looking at the damage though, Clint from Sinka, Clint by Sinka, she has been the most damage dealing hero for the side of Team GPX though. Although even after trying her best, she wasn't able to really, show an effect into the game. And if we take a look at the side of Team BTR, most damage dealt by any hero was that Lunox. And Lunox, yes. Now I take back the words that I said earlier in the tournament that Lunox was being banned. When Lunox was being banned, and I was surprised why Lunox was being banned. Team BTR showed me why she was banned this match.
Absolutely. You have the answer to the question yourself, and the answer to who is one step closer to the grand final trophy is going to be the BTR Bigetron Era 2-1. The lead is in their favor. They managed to get a win in this match. Two very surprising draft. Minotaur into the jungle up against a Martis as the roam. And guess what worked extremely well? Martis into the roam, Lunox in their hands as well. They managed to do that amazingly. And I have still no words to describe how well they actually managed to do that, but still, um, the reason why there was Athena Shield being built by the members of GPX was because, um, there was a Karina in your, there's a Karina in your opponent, there's a Lunox in your opponent. So rather than actually trying to get those, magic defense up with the continuous damage, they just built up an Athena Shield just to make sure that that burst that you might get hit with is not there. But then again, you also need a radiant armor because the magic damage kept on stacking up, and when the Athena shield passive was not active, you were extremely vulnerable. And that was the window of opportunity that BTR grabbed on, and at the end of the day, made sure to get the win.
That GG well played both the teams. I was hoping that GPX would continue the momentum and win this match as well, going into match four of this encounter. But unfortunately, Team BTR learned from their mistakes, kept Masha in check, and now they are on top of this encounter. They have the lead. Going into the next match, it's going to be very, very exciting to see how Team GPX comes back again. Yes, if this is the game of comebacks, like you were saying, BTR won the first match, GPX came back in the second match. Now in the third match, BTR came back. In the next match, I expect Team GPX to step up and come back.
The team that's been on the blue side is the one who's actually getting the win. So, yes, I'm expecting GPX to get the win as well in this game, but we'll have to see because it totally comes down to how well these two teams adapt. Yuzhong was banned out in game number two, and that was, I would say, one of the reason why they actually managed to, get that win in the EXP lane and transition it towards the other side. But audience, you can get the win in this giveaway, which is happening right now. 25,000 watching means 500 diamonds for 70 people, which comes up to 35,000 diamond giveaway in total. Thanks to Zeta for correcting my math there. But that is what you all are looking for. So make sure to share the stream with everyone you can. Hit that like button as well to show your support, as this is an amazing grand finals, the best of seven between Bigetron era and GPX Basreng. These girls are not stopping.
And let's go back to the last match. What do you think went wrong from the side of Team GPX again? That they got handed the loss this time by BTR, and what more improvement can they show in the next match? Uh,
Mm, it's a little confusing question, to be honest, because there are quite a lot of heroes that they actually need to ban out, and there's a lot of things that they need to cover. But for now, we're going to cover the prize pool of the tournament. That is going to be the 10,000 US dollars massive prize pool, which will be distributed among all the teams that have participated. So, of course, the eyes on to both of these teams would be on that extreme top prize of the first position. And that is the journey that these teams are trying to travel on. And the reason why GPX is a step behind BTR was because and also it covers your question. I believe it was the Yuzhong being left open, and Lunux was also being banned out. So it kind of forced the members of BTR to go out of their comfort zone. And I believe somehow Fumi was not able to manage to cope up with that. So maybe in the game number 4, they can decide to ban out the Yuzhong in the first banning phase only.
yeah, I agree with Yuzong being banned in the second game gave Team GPX Basreng the advantage to pick freely and play freely. But when Yuzong came back, he was freely able to go into the back lane and just pick out his skills like Clint in the third matchup that we just saw. If they are able to counter that effectively, fully, they make another comeback or just ban out Yuzong, because BTR are looking at Team BTR, they are looking like unstoppable with this Yuzong in their hand.
Absolutely. And I feel like the Faramis might come back in game number 4 again, because it's already been a couple of games. We haven't seen a Faramis into the hands of either of these teams. And I believe BTR would be the one to bring him back into the drafting phase. I want to see. These teams have been ignoring Carmilla like anything. So I feel like it's not going to make an appearance in the next game either. Or maybe they're just trying to save her for that, that exciting ace up the sleeve, which might be brought in the game 4 or game 5.
Carmilla is a hero that I haven't seen so far in the phase 2 actually. I was pretty excited to see the Carmilla gameplay after her recently patched skills. But yeah, I couldn't so far. I didn't have the opportunity to see that. Maybe that is what is going to change in this match. Maybe we know Team GPX will have something under their sleeve, like a Minotaur pick which they just tried, or a Benedetta pick which they were trying, or even a Franco pick which we saw yesterday that when won them their matches against Team RRQ. They are gonna be looking at something like that. But like you said, if they are gonna be picking Framis, I think banning Valentina is gonna be a priority.
Possibly, because, you can always steal her with the cult altar with the I am you. But she, I feel like, hasn't been posing a lot of threat lately to Bigetron era, because they've been letting Valentina slide in both of the games. Yes, in one game they tasted defeat, but they actually were able to shut Valentina down in a lot of those situations, in a lot of team fights. Beatrix with the golden staff, and I would still mention it. That one specific item came out on top. It surprised everyone, and that was one of the major reasons why they actually somehow managed to get the win in that one. It was a very close match, though. At the end of the day, BTR could have won that. So I don't think so. They might actually go with Valentina ban, but of course, it is a high possibility that we might see that happen. I know everyone is waiting for the drafting phase, guys. We're gonna jump into the ban pick in just a few more seconds, so bear with us in for that amount of time. And just as I was talking about. So next band being out the joy. So I really like those two bands again. They're just sticking to what they have been since the starting of the match. And the third band, I'm guessing they might keep Akaja open in this game, Zeta.
Maybe now I think they're gonna be going for a 1-1 ban, a pretty standard ban that we have been seeing throughout this tournament. Just once yesterday, but it was against Team GPX. And yes, Valentina ban coming in from the side of Team GPX. They have their first pick. Scheduled, let me tell you this just right now. I smell a uh, I smell a Faramis pick. The first pick of the side of Team GPX will be a Faramis.
Possibly. There's also an option of a Leo mod though, if in case he's let past that banning phase, though which I think so will not be the case. But yes, as soon as the Valentina was banned out, I also smelled the Faramis first pick coming in. But really want to see the adaptation from Bigetron era if in case they let loose of the Faramis, because they can obviously pick up a Claude for their side, or they might pick a heroes that have got a decent amount of mobility just so they can kite around the members of GPX as for as long as the cult altar lasts, or maybe just grab as much burst damage as you can in terms of a Parsa or maybe a Eve, so that you're able to chunk them down very easily without any major problems. But that's going to be the Kaja being picked up as Akai was the final ban.
Yeah, Team BTR know the tactics. They were not willing to let Team GPX pick that Faramis. Instead, they have banned Akai, forcing Team GPX to get Kaja on priority there. And they themselves picked up Faramis. I was thinking GPX would do that, but Team BTR controlling the draft here, banning that Akai and forcing Team GPX to pick Kaja there, and the Yuzong pick coming in from the head of BTR, which has worked wonders till now. I think Team BTR are already set in their draft.
Still, there are three more massive picks remaining. BHX was let through the drafting phase, so gonna be logged in right away. GPX still, you know, showing, they're getting the hands on the heroes, which actually helped them grab that W in the game number two. I was actually hoping for an Esmeralda since so long. And by that, I really mean since the beginning of the phase two, we've seen her so less in the entire meta. But I'm smelling a Dyrot into the jungle. It is a high possibility to counter the Esmer right away.
Exactly, that was what I was thinking here. Counter Esmeralda, you need a Dyrok. But Dyrok in the EXP can't be possible because there is a Yuzong in your team, so Dyrok in the jungle is the obvious move. But maybe Team BTR comes up with some other creative solution for that to counter that Esmeralda who will be running around with sprint and giving lane pressure. Third pick coming in from the side of Team BTR most probably will be the jungler pick because Team GPX haven't picked a jungler yet. They will pick a jungler and then lower the pool even further with the bans. And just as I said, a Hayabusa possibility coming in from the side of Team BTR there. Oh,
Never
maybe a
mind
lane.
that. Yeah, and they've actually
Because
showed us the link way before. It was, I believe, the upper bracket finals against the GPX only, wherein it was in Akai jungle up against the Ling into that jungle. So that game was also a comeback game. BTR were the ones who actually won that. And I believe we might have the same kind of repeat going through. Ling with the Tempest of Blades, Faramis with the Cult Altar, and Fumi with the Black Dragon form. They've got all the tools in the world to actually jump towards that backline and make sure that their backline divers are absolutely safe.
and yes, And I remember you enjoying that game thoroughly, even with the Akai with Hurricane Dance onto the Turtles and the Lords. Ling used his ultimate to the perfect timing and was like, able to secure every single objective out of Akai's mouth there. I remember these plays, and I also remember how hyped up you were to see those plays coming in from the side of Team BTR's Ling. And maybe that's what they are going to replicate in this match. But Kaja in the opponent's hand and Ling here. Hmm. Kaja is one of the best counters to Ling. What do you think about this encounter? Right now, enemy has Kaja, but still Team BTR decided to pick up the Ling. Do you think that that's going to be a problem? That was maybe wrong, approach towards the draft from BTR, or they have their own plans? What do you think?
Mm, I wouldn't exactly call it a wrong approach because they've got their plans set already. They need the backline diving heroes. Yu Zhongling, they're going to provide a lot of breathing room already, and they're going to disrupt the whole formation of GPX. Kaja, as you just mentioned, is an amazing counter for those dives, but he only has one divine judgment. He can either land it on Yu Zhong or on Ling, or maybe try and make any cheeky play, use that flicker, grab someone from the back line, maybe their marksman, which they're yet to pick. I believe that's going to be the Erithiel or their mage, who can be Kadita, maybe a Lilia, or maybe they can just pick up a main whole full tank for their own position, and Faramis might go as the mage.
And coming back to the draft, did you notice that Team BTR have banned away that Hilda?
Uh-huh. I did notice, and I remember the reason why they banned that out because we have seen Hilda by the GPX, that extremely annoying Hilda by Thal.
Exactly. Yesterday, GPX kept invading the jungle of Ling, and throughout the early game, didn't let Ling get blue buff twice, I think, and gave a huge problem to the side of Team Bigetron era, so that they don't want to deal with it this time. Maybe this time, Hilda actually succeeds in taking the match away from Bigetron. They just didn't want that happening, and they have banned it away. And a Clint pick coming in from the side of Team BTR. Interesting. Now that they have the backline diving heroes, and also they have Faramis who can save Ling from
Hmm. That is correct. I mean, Paramis can save Clint from any kind of
will be a
dive that
lot of them
potentially.
coming into this match.
Mhm. Right, because there's a potential dive coming in from Mathilda as well as the Edith, as they've just logged in those two heroes. So I'm literally surprised to see Edith. I Edith into the jungle or as the roam. Or Mathilda as the roam. It's a little confusing though. One thing for sure is that Kaja will be going into that jungle. I can see Stal on the Mathilda, so it is possible that it's going to be a Mathilda roam, Edith into the mid lane, and Kaja in that jungle area. So another unique draft, another unique approach by GPX Basreng. I want to see how they're going to turn things around as in the game number 4, because they need to get this win. If in case they do not, then it's going to be a big blow to them, as BTR would be jumping into the match point.
Yeah, BTR would be jumping to the match point. Also, they have to play two more matches to cover up that lead. A 2 point lead will prove to be devastating. A lot more point gap which they have to continue their momentum with. And yes, as you can see on the screens, the giveaway is live by Skyesports for the SEA Championship. All you have to do is to share the link, share the screen, share the stream to your friends, and let them come enjoy the match with you guys. If we reach 25K people, live concurrent people watching, we will give away 500 diamonds to 70 players. So that is the goal. Make it happen.
Absolutely. A quick math being 35,000 diamonds, but we're going to run in the land of Dawn, where both of these teams are going to fight for the game number 4 victory. Will it be GPX who will get back in the series and equalize the score? Will it be Bigetron era making sure that they're one step closer to that championship? We'll have to witness that, guys. Let's see who gets the win. I really like from Shell that he just tried to freeze the wave in his favor, but it's going to be probably the lane for Beatrix to grab. But in the mid side, since it is Cine on the Faramis in that mage role, I feel like she'll kinda have the room to, roam around much more freely as compared to anyone else. That is probably the Edith. Oh, wait, is the Esmeralda into that mid? What?
Go ahead, scary it. Esmeralda.
I mean, what? This is the first time I've seen that, but I want to see how it works out. She'll have the room to rotate along the whole map. Mm, but it's still a little bothersome for me because she won't have the EXP advantage that she usually would have in that EXP lane. And
Maybe she's going
LW,
for pure damage.
that would not be very good in my opinion because they do need a proper front lining as well. Or if in case she actually manages to go in for the full burst damage Esmeralda, then she will be melted within seconds when there'll be Clint on that backside. And if she's stunned even for 1 second, which the Fatal Links can provide. But for now, we're going to see the fight at the turtle. It has been resetted. There's going to be the first blood on the Kaja though. Yu Zhong making sure to punish them one right away.
And coming back to that Esmeralda pick, I think it's purely for sustain because Matilda will go half mage and so will be Esmeralda, and she'll be a key component into diving that back lane and providing setups for her team. It's going to be an interesting composition with Edith. I haven't seen Edith so far in any competitive play. Maybe team GPX Basreng will prove us wrong here, and if that logic is continuing, the blue team, the team on the blue is gonna be winning. It's gonna prove all of us wrong, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, now that I look at it, they need a lot of burst damage potential. But for now, Clint will burn bursting down Sal. There comes in the flicker, Fatal Links. Sal is not going to escape whatsoever. Purify was on the cooldown, so Funi trying to somehow get anyone was not able to do so, will retreat right away towards that mid side. There comes in another retaliation though. HP of Clint was extremely low. There comes in the Nibiru's passion, but not enough damage, and that's going to be 2 for absolutely 0. 4-0 in the kill lead. Bigetron, they've got the control that they needed.
Exactly, and just as I mentioned, actually, Faram is protecting that Claude in the right exact moment there. He was gonna be blasted away by the burst damage coming in from Nibiru's ultimate, but Faramis at the right time using his ultimate saved Clint and instead got a kill onto the enemy MM is absolutely exactly what I predicted this match's outcome would be. But setting up, trusting the X factor that GPX has, they will be showing us at some moment why they have this composition, why they've chosen to go with this composition. Here, a Black Dragon form coming up from Yuzong picks up a kill onto running away Kaja, though Kaja won't be able to run away that effectively. Again, a Fatal Links coming in from Atlas onto that Matilda, but the Purify comes in, saves her just by the skin. Yeah?
Absolutely, and Ling managing to steal away the red as well will jump right towards that turtle. He did not even use the retribution to do that. And that's already a major resource denied to Sky, and she'll have a lot of problem, farming up and getting that lead that she needs. They do not have the damage in this early game, and BTR just abusing that fact. They've got the Faramis, they used the Cult Altar, they took out the Beatrix. That is the only win condition remaining for the side of GPX. They need to make sure that Beatrix survive. And Bigetron, they've got a much better ideology over that thing, and they can easily take her out.
Beatrix, due to that Cult Altar, team Bigetron are very comfortable in turret diving. There comes the Fatal Links onto Matilda as well as Kaja. Though Matilda goes down, Kaja seems to be in trouble. Clint chasing for that Kaja. Kaja will run away. Black Dragon form coming from Yuzong straight into the tower there. He zones out Esmeralda, but Esmeralda being the tanky girl she is, she will be able to survive that. No problem.
I believe it was more to zone out Beatrix rather than Esmeralda, as Nibiru's passion and Bennett's rage, they're the very good utility tools to clear out the way from pretty decent range, which Fumi can deny extremely well with a Black Dragon form. And that's something that's creating the difference yet again. And as for Esmeralda into the mid lane, I also want to focus on Edith in the EXP, which is absolutely losing lane. But for now, it's going to be Kaja who might lose his life as the Fatal Link's connected, but there's a massive three-man knockup. Edith jumps in with the damage, and it is time for BTR to retreat. They've lost one already. They want to go in for more. They have got the Divine Judgment, but the Tempest of Blaze makes him survive. Even the Bennett's race, that's absolutely insane. What a beautiful play by this girl.
Didn't actually expect Edith to do such damage. Thal going down to Paramis's first damage and a passive chase, and Paramis's passive chasing her. But yeah, in that team fight that took place, nobody expected Edith to do that play. The knock up as well as the burst damage, the continuous DPS using her ultimate. Team Bigetron Esports were caught off guard. They had to run away. The Divine Judgment coming in from Kaja onto the Ling was effective, although, but Ling was able to escape using his ultimate effectively right there, running for his life. They were completely caught off guard there. That is the potential coming from this draft that Team GPX expected. And if they do that again and again, I'm sure that they will come out on top in this match.
She was so quick on those fingers, man. Right away, going with the Tempest of Blaze and the Defiant Sword to quickly jump out of the harm's way when the Bennett's Rage was already used up. So that was a massive play and a very quick finger depiction, which definitely I cannot do at this stage. And I have been trying, I have been practicing, but I'm not able to master it at all. And these girls, they've been so on point with all of these things. They are going in for those objectives as well. The goal lead is favoring Bigetron, and this time Esmeralda seems to be the next target. Purifier has been used up. She will try to run away, but will not be able to do so as the Fatal Lynx catches her back, pulls her out of the tower, and that's about it. They will try and take the top tier 2, and they will manage to do that. There is absolutely no play from GPX on any part of the map.
Yeah, they are seeming to be cornered in this. There might be another team fight here coming in. Atlas going in, trying to stun them. Yes, the ultimate from Paramis comes in, so they will turret dive, and there goes down Kaja as well as LW for the side of Team GPX. Team GPX seem to be struggling at this moment to defend any kind of engage coming in from the side of Team BTR, though there will be a contest for the tier 2 turret, but Team BTR without Paramis, I don't think that it will be wise to turret dive and take another fight, so they will just retreat. Lord will be spawning in 13 seconds, so they would rather camp near the Lord and try to get Lord instead of having a fight, losing a few people without Paramis's ultimate, and turning the tide of the game in favor of Team GPX.
It is possible, and I really feel like that there's one massive mistake that GPX did, and no, it's not the draft. It is just the roles that they're forcing their heroes to play. I personally feel like Kaja into the jungle would have worked out for them. Yes, that they managed to work it in the second game, but Edith in the EXP. Had it been Esmeralda in the EXP, they would have gone toe to toe with the Yuzhong. Edith would have been able to span the whole map. She would have been able to trail the location of Atlas, and whenever he would have tried to make any cheeky play towards that backline, she would have been there to provide that knockup. And Mathilda, as the mage, would have provided both of them the freedom to rotate around the entire map. I personally feel like that would have been a little better, especially looking at the current situation where they have absolutely no control of any area of the map.
I agree. That would have been a lot better, but maybe this is what was better in perspective of Team GPX. Lord marching on down in the top lane inhibitor. He would not be charging there, so it would be an easy defense. The passive tower passives will go down though. Black Dragon form comes out from Yuzong, trying to zone away the side of Team GPX out of the turret, maybe in hopes that they can take down the turret of inhibitor turret in the mid lane, but they back out as turret passives enable Team GPX a good clean defense. Maybe not so clean defense as top lane inhibitor eventually goes down, Esmeralda goes in. There might be a team fight breaking out. Scary.
There was just a change, CC. They were trying to go in for something, but then again, Atlas not being able to do so. But still, quite a lot of resources were used up, especially by LW as well as the Kaja. They tried to stop Atlas on its track. They could not go in for more because that would have been another fatal links right into the area of Team Bigetron era. But for now, they actually want to go in for more usual with the Black Dragon form. Will take down Esmeralda. The killing spree and the continuous CC will make sure to shut him down as well. Vivian
Lane goes
not
down
being
actually.
able to survive that.
Lane goes down there as casually goes down as Paramis was just a little late in using his ultimate. Ling unfortunately was knocked back by Edith out of the range of Paramis's ultimate, and the burst of bullets, the barrage of bullets that Nibiru provided just decimated Ling um, without any
Absolutely.
doubts. Actually, yeah.
Without any problems. I mean, that was such an easy pick off. And that is the exact thing that they need to do. But for now, guys, all you need to do is share the stream because we've got the giveaway up. It's 25,000 concurrent watching, meaning 500 diamonds each to 70 players. That's 35,000 diamonds up for grabs. So make sure to loot Skyesports cart right away. Share the stream as much as you can and get those diamonds, get the skins that you desire. Because who does not love to use those skins in those ranked matches? I personally do. I also got the collector of Hanabi after saving for at least a year. So you can also do that. You can also grab the skins that you want. But for now, we are seeing BTR grabbing the victory in game number 4 as they are stepping closer and closer towards the crystal of GPX.
Went in the favor of Team BTR right there. They would be wanting for the Lord to join the fight. Till then, they would be trying to make an engage that might not hurt them. Yes, there goes down the Black Dragon form. Scadier, take over, please.
Absolutely, as Fumi will actually get quite low in that HP, but they know the cult altar is there. Circling Eagle along with the fatal links connecting, and that's gonna be the cult altar used up. And another victory for Bigetron era. They've broken the curse of the red side. They're the ones who grabbed the win, and that was such a beautiful play coming in from this team. These girls are absolutely amazing. I've stated this already. I'm going to state it again. They managed to get yet another win, and man, that was such a lovely play, especially with those fatalings. It was so sweet to watch. The fatalings right into the whole burst, and everyone else is targeting the crystal. Even the Lord was up. So there was absolutely no way for GPX to defend that.
Yeah, exactly tailored how they wanted to play the game. They drafted exactly how they wanted to play the game, and they have shown in performance as well that they can play the game exactly like they want to. The execution was 100% perfection. Um, yeah, I love to see BTR go through the game. Unfortunately for Team GPX Basreng, the execution was not to perfection. Yeah, just as you said, the Edith skirmish with Esmeralda be going to the mid lane was not expected. So let's just jump into the results of this match. Actually, let's take a look at the itemization and the damage spider web. So yeah, the Clint being the MVP for the side of Team BTR. I think the actual MVP would be the Atlas with the setups he provided along with Paramis were just really, really good. Chef's kiss, perfection.
1-1-12. That's exactly what you need from a tank. And look at the items. Went in for the fleeting time right away just to threaten GPX with the fatal links again and again. Looking at the damage numbers, still with 44% of the damage. I mean, Sunny, you're nowhere even near that person, even though you're a mage. So that was another win condition. They knew that they needed to make sure Shell survives all that burst, and that is exactly what they did. The team fight participation from everyone is at least 60 or over that. So clearly shows that they always joined the fights whenever their team needed to. Though the team fight participation from the side of GPX is also very high, but they could not transition it to anything more. Funi with an Esmeralda in the mid lane, it was not a good decision. I'm being brutally honest with that. Yes, it could have been a much better draft. Draft was really well thought. It was well done, but the only thing was that Edith needed to go as the roam, Esmeralda into that EXP, and Mathilda as the mage. They would have had the damage, they would have had the mobility, they would have had the control over those lanes. So that's just one thing that I can find was something that went against GPX Basreng. If they try to somehow correct these small mistakes, they'll be able to change the outcome of the entire match.
But I think we should not be the ones judging how they play. They are the pros, and let's leave the pro strats to the pros, and let's just enjoy the match here, right? Scared. So yeah, also looking at the damage, let's come back to Team BTR. How good was Faramis in protecting that backline? I mean, by the backline, I mean Clint exactly timed his ultimates to perfection, not allowing Team GPX to go into the backline at all, and targeting him. Even if targeted, he would survive without any problems. So yeah, one MVP for the side of Team. Um, I mean, Team
Bigetron.
Bigetron would
Mhm.
be Atlas, and the other actual displayed MVP with the 44% damage would be Clint. He
Absolutely. And the closer they could get to the trophy is this because they are 3-1 in the lead. Grand finals, the best of seven match. GPX Basrang. This is their final chance. This will be their final moment in the game number 5. They'll have their last stand. If in case they manage to win that, they will force yet another game. That would be game 6. But if in case they fail, then BTR era will be the ones who will be lifting that trophy and they will be crowned as the sea champions. But we still have a long way to reach that goal because we are going to jump into a short break for now. But you guys, you have to stay tuned because we need that concurrent watching. We need those constant viewers because if you manage to do that, you will be the ones who will be gaining those big diamond packs, 500 diamond each for 70 people. That's actually a great way of getting those diamonds. So I know that you all are waiting for that thing, and we all are too. Let's just head into a short break, and we'll be back with game number 5. After those exciting thriller matches, guys, we are going to jump in the game number 5. You all are watching the Skyesports SEA Championship, and it is the grand finals, the best of 7. 4 games have already been done in front of us, and 3 of them have gone in the BTR's way. GPX will have just one last chance in this game. I'm going to ask Smiling, who will be the co-caster for this match with me, do you think they have a chance of getting this upset done and, getting that comeback?
I mean, they had a chance in the first when I was there, so looks like I am back, and probably GPX will be having another chance. It would be great if they just have one more chance to prove themselves and turn over the table, but for now, yes, Bigetron era is on the lead, and they are going to remain on the lead. Shown in the map, we can see that Bigetron era has won 3 games. As you said, there are 4 games being played. Bigetron era is on the win streak again, and GPX Basreng has that 1 game lead itself that leaves them with the points 1 and 3. But if this game is won by Bigetron era, this is going to be the end of match, because that will be 4 points, and Bigetron era can't. I mean, they can't do much here basically. So yes, this game is a fact deciding game for Bigetron and GPX. So they better get their shoes on and just go in for the win.
Yes, that is true. They need to tie up their laces as tight as possible, and they have this one last chance, this go that they can give at it. For now, we're gonna give away 35,000 diamonds to 70 people, guys. If we hit 25,000 constant watching, so make sure to share this stream, hit that like button as well, and get as many people on the stream as you can, just to stand a chance in winning that giveaway. Because for now, we are witnessing this amazing grand finals. Bigetron era, they have a match point, and they are the ones who will be the prime contenders for getting their hands on this massive total prize pool of 10,000. They'll be the one who will have a chance at winning the first place prize, and they will force GPX to get their hands on second. But I know for sure that GPX will not bow down that easily. They will be the one who will try and get that comeback in. They still might have an ace up their sleeve. I'm still expecting them to bring out something on the table, because I know that this team has that potential.
I completely agree with you, Scary. They do have the potential. All we have to do is right now is wait and watch how this thing goes. So yes, I am excited. So are the viewers. So looking forward for this interesting tournament, as this might be the last final showdown. Definitely excited.
I mean, potentially it might be, and we've seen the journey of both of these teams. Right from the round robin stage, they've been on top in their group, both of them, 4-0. We've discussed this so many times, and again, we are bringing this point back in, because both of these teams have got a massive potential, and going on 4-0 in the group stage right away shows that how well you can adapt to the draft, how well you can change things around. And in game number 2, GPX did show us that. So I am expecting the similar kind of strategy that they used in game number 2 to come out in game 5, because of course this is their last chance. This is a place where they have to throw out everything on the table that they have. They cannot save anything for the last game. Every single strategy that they've been building up this entire time is what they are going to show us in this match. We'll just head right into the draft, guys. It's going to be GPX on the red side, BTR on the blue, and a Joy ban right away.
Yes, Joy banned right away. With that, we see that Chow ban coming in, that constant Chow ban, which has been happening from the start, is going to maintain from the team GPX right now. So that is going to be there. Looks like next ban is going to be 1-1 according to me, scheduled.
I mean, these are the standard bans that they've been going on with, so it is possible, but they also can take away the Valentina or maybe a Leomord, because just some normal standard bans we have been witnessing again and again. But I believe the lady's luck is on your side, smiling. It's going to be the one taken out. And the respect laying ban. That's something I really like. The respect ban link coming in. They don't want to deal with that hero.
Definitely, no one wants that. I mean, for now, they don't want that hero. They are not going to be dealing with that hero. With that, we see there is an Akai and Yuzong band coming in. For now, all we know is that there are a lot and lot of heroes open right now. Given for BTR, they are going to lock that Kaja right away as their first pick. But we know that there is Valentina as well as Paramus Martus. There are many of these heroes, including Leomord this time.
Hmm. Yes, that is true. I was actually thinking of a Faramis as well as a Valentina, but it's actually great. A Valentina along with a Leo mod, and that's gonna give them a major boost, that too in the early drafting phase. Because even if BTR decide to go for a Faramis pick, you can very easily steal it away using the I am you. So that might be a very good way of moving forward in this draft. But again, Fredrin, who was not picked up at all during this whole series, has finally showed up in the drafting phase, and he can be flexed into the EXP as well as into the jungle. So I really like that pick as well.
Definitely, Fedrin cannot just be flexed into that door, but even in the tank lane, given the situation, yes, he will switch to any side shown for him right now. Meanwhile, BTR is supposed to go for that pick, and what I see on the screen is they are showing Harley, which might be an actual pick or just teasing GPX that these are the comfort picks we might be looking forward to. Nope, they are not gonna go for that hardly right now. Isn't even in meta, and it would be a pretty risky coming in. Also, Lapu Lapu was open, so yes, Team BTR is going to lock in that Lapu Lapu with Lunex, which right now let us know that BTR and GPX both have their EXP lane unlocked.
Hmm. A good draft, a very good draft from GPX. Lolita was being banned out again and again by Bigetron era in the second drafting phase. So they just picked it up right away so that it does not pass on through. I really like the draft because they are finally going at it, banning out the Yuzhong. Fumi will have to play on some other hero, maybe a Kaja, maybe a Lapu Lapu, or I believe if they want to put Kaja into the jungle, they can also secure something else. Um, for now, the Hayabusa will be the one who will be targeted. Yet another decent ban lowering down the jungle pool. Maybe take away the Karina as well, because that is what we have seen in the hands of Bigetron.
Exactly, Bregaton knows that if they lower the jungle pool, they yet have to, GPX themselves yet have to pick a jungler right now. I mean, we have, for a safer side, we could say Pedron will be the jungler, so it won't be much of an issue given the case and scenario right now. So, I mean, they can go for a MM ban. They have Leslie open for now. We can see that both the teams don't have an MM. But if they ban the Leslie and next ban phase is BTR, so they can automatically get that Beatrix, which will be a plus side for GPX.
Hmm. It is possible, and Leslie would be a great choice in this situation. Both of these teams, they like to play the tanky lineup, and Leslie, being the true damage dealer, can shred those defenses, can actually ignore those defenses entirely. So Karina has been banned out, just as I called out. It's going to be the final ban. Bigetron, what are they looking at? They can take away the Beatrix. It is a possibility. They can also ban out Clint, or they can
Artis.
just entirely change. Yeah, that's Martis as well. They can entirely change the whole situation. They can ban away the Martis.
That is what I am looking forward to. Whether it's going to, okay, it's going to be the Masha. Masha
You were
was
close.
Masha. No, I was nowhere close to this guess, so I wouldn't take any credit for it.
I mean, they both start from M. They've got an A in the second letter of their name, but all right. Basra being banned out, LW not getting his hands on the comfort pick. Let's see what GPX is answering back this whole draft with. They can log the Beatrix. They will have to play it a little safe because Lapu Lapu will jump into that back line. Fumi, if she plays on it, is going to have a quite fun time in towards that back lane. But they can also pick up a jungler for themselves, can deny another jungle pick, can create a lot of problems for BTR. But Irithel is also a very good answer in this situation.
Definitely, Rital is a beautiful answer. Knowing that the late game of Rital is something which they need, they have secured that position by just locking her. Since there is Lunox to melt that Fedrin down, it won't be pretty easy for Fedrin to cover up the whole game. I think Rital is a good pick, but PTR right now has the draft completed. They have gone with Harith and Granger. So tell me about this draft which we are seeing right now, schedule.
A little confusing. They can put the Harith into the jungle, they can put the Lunox into the jungle, or maybe the Kaja into the jungle as well. Kaja is something that I don't think so will go. I believe he'll stick to the roam, but Harith can go, or maybe they want to put Lunox in the gold lane, put Granger in the jungle, Harith in the mid. There are so many possibilities at this point. We'll have to wait with a Hellcut coming out. That's something that we did not expect. I did not think of that at all, no matter how you look at this whole situation. But answering the question, it's Hellcat Jungle from GPX and it's Granger Jungle from BTR. I guess it's Harris Gold Lane, Lunox in the mid lane. It's going to be a bang on fight between both of these teams. Smiling, I'm going to ask you the question, who do you think will get the win?
Who do I think will get the win? Well, I'm not going to have any favorites right now since both the team looks amazing and having these two amazing, hyper coming in, that is Granger and Helgut. It is going to be one hell of interesting match we are going to watch right now, schedule.
Absolutely. And for the viewers who are watching this match, you've got the rewards coming up. It's going to be the Diamond giveaway alert is right in front of you. If we reach 25,000 concurrent viewers, you will stand a chance at receiving 500 diamonds. And with this, we're going to jump right into the Land of Dawn. Final chance for GPX on the red to come back and force a game six, and a great opportunity for BTR to get the win and secure the championship with a 4-1 lead. Let's see which one of the dreams come true in this game.
Definitely looking forward for GPX to show amazing comeback right now, because that will give them a hope, that will give them a light, I would say, basically, to just have the next match happening. But what do we see? There is already a gank and BTR. Lapu Lapu is pretty low and will be forced to retreat right now. So GPX looks like they are trying slowly, but they are doing well.
That is true. And I mean, they're both going to play it a little slow, but the late game scaling on the hands of Bigetron era. It's amazing. They've got the Harith, they've got the Lunax, they also have the Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu will deal a ton of damage in the early game, but there comes in the ult of Hellcut. He will try and secure a pick off on Lunax, which was taken out by Funi. So that was a very good combo for coming in from both of them. But I feel like they need to do it a little more just to get that early snowball in.
I do feel that too. A little more would be a great idea, but as we speak, the first turtle is up, and looks like both the teams will be rushing or marching towards that turtle right now. Meanwhile, on top, there is that Lapu Lapu and Fedrin having their own little battles. Lapu Lapu is pretty low, will be having a backup for now, as and when both the hypers of the both team will be heading towards the jungle. We already see the team GPX have marked their position. Lolita coming in with that ulti.
Absolutely. The Norman on blast, though, it's not landed at all. Kaja was forced to retreat back. That's That's what am I saying? GPX, they are the ones who have zoned out entirely the members of Bigetron from that lot. But that's a lovely play. That too in the early game when we know that they have the Granger, they have a little bit of a priority, but still it's going to be Helkert securing the turtle for his team. So they have the early advantage that they needed. They're up by 800 gold. They need to snowball it as quickly as possible.
Yes, they need to snowball that as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, again, while I'm saying this, Lapu Lapu is dangerous in lot of trouble with that Fedrin, but there is that backup. There is Cringer and Lunox right there. They are going to try and ambush right now on Fedrin if at all Fedrin manages to see that.
Absolutely, he will survive though. Lapu Lapu was quite low. Fumi will retreat to safety, but the goal will be taken down quite easily by the remaining members. There is the bravest warrior, and there is no appraisers wrath available, but the night falls, comes in, and that's about it. There were no more aggressive plays made by GPX at this point. The presence, just the presence of Kaja denied those deadly stingers because Hellcat could not dive into the tower. So that's what BTR need to do in order to answer this Hellcat. They can manage to, stop those engages right away. But the Demon Hunter sword being secured by Sky means that he will be much more active around the map now with that damage.
Yes, he should be much more active right now. This is a very crucial game for GPX. We keep seeing that gang happening on that Fedrin. They are trying real hard. Since Lunax is already there trying to melt down in the bot, it's just Harith versus 3v2 fight happening. Kajal looking forward, but will not be getting anything. Also, I think there isn't going to be much of an engage right now,
Whoa!
but yep.
Phenomenon blast along with the flicker, but just landing on Kaja. He will jump in the tower's safety. So there were quite a lot of resources used in the bottom side, but nothing coming out of it. In turn, it gave the priority to Bigetron in the Lord Pit, and they will take down the turtle very quickly. So that's, I would say, a very good dodge play coming in by the side of Team Bigetron. They did manage to deny that play, and that's going to be the Flicker Divine Judgment in that bottom on the Erethiel, and she will fall by the hands of Harith, who used up the Zaman Force to secure the kill.
Yes, meanwhile, Harith will be taken down by Helgat for extending a little bit too much and will be paying for that price. Looks like Team GPX do have a little upper hand. They have that 1k goal lead in the start of the game. It's just been 5 minutes of the game. Ronox trying to make a rotation. A proper push also coming in from GPX. Kaja wasn't able to do anything there. Will be forced to retreat. A flicker out. Okay, almost coming in, but they will manage to just back out on time. As I said, that Granger did manage to take the top lane turret as well. So I would say it is 1-for-1 trade with nothing much to lose.
All right, a pretty good trade coming in from both of these teams, exactly what they need. And in the bottom side, we can clearly see the aggression, the aggro from members of Bigetron era. They make sure to pick Lolita off, just what they needed to gain control. But they don't have any wave, so they cannot turn it into any other objective. The Dark Knight Falls is not available for Sky, else he would have tried to make a play from behind. But the transition that they're trying to do towards that mid lane was halted because of Granger as well as Lapu Lapu, and they managed to take the bottom tier down. Now, if they continue this, then the later this game goes, I believe the stronger Lunox and Harith will become. The Granger will definitely fall off into the late game, and there is also a presence of Erethiel as well as a Valentina who've worked out in game number 2 for GPX. But I want to see if they actually manage to pull this one off in that late game yet again, because this is a high possibility.
Yes, there is a high possibility, as you said, Skyesports. But we see that the third turtle is up, and GPX are going in for the turtle. They want to make sure that this turtle is okay. It's going to be reset again. It's trying real hard to get in, but Kaja. Okay.
Was that a Divine Judgment by Foni? Yes, I believe that was. And there comes in Divine Judgment yet again, along with the Zaman Force. Valentina will be taken down by the Lunox and still trying to go in for more, trying to pick other people off, but it's just going to be Funi taken out in that team fight. The combo that came in from Bigetron, it was very good up, but GPX defended that excellently, securing the turtle and then retreating on time. A lovely play. Now they need to defend their mid tier 1, which they will manage to do so. They've got the numbers advantage for now, at least.
At least for now, as you said, yes, they have the advantage. Looks like, I feel right now GPX is doing pretty good given the situation. Team Brigaton era are trying real hard. Lolita is landing perfect ultis given any team fights. She is there for that team backup. She is there for all that moves coming in. Lunox just trying to melt down that Fedrin. I see Lunox roaming around Fedrin because she is known for melting down those tanky heroes.
That is absolutely true. And now they want to go in for more. Lolita will defend everything with the shield. She has the impenetrable shield. Heavy crossbow by Erithiel. And in the meantime, Hellcat managing to take down the top tier 1. Just lowering down the pressure from his team. And that is going to be Lunox picked off. Nomenon Blast connecting on no one.
Whoa, Hellcat will be paying for that top lane. Little extending push right now, so he'll be taken down in return. That leads to BTR having that plus point right now. They did manage to take Hellcat down in trade for that Lunox. So I'd say it was a pretty even trade for now. Also, the first Lord is going to be up in less than 5 seconds. So yes, I am excited for this Lord.
Finally, the excitement, they came right out of your words in the tone that you just said that. Because, yes, it's going to be extremely important for both of them at least. Because the goal difference is almost equal. And the one who manages to take this Lord as well as the forthcoming team fight will be the one who will control the whole game. Because they're exactly equal in those towers. It's like they've basically done everything exactly the same. Both the tier ones of top and bottom taken out. The skill difference is almost the same, 4 to 3. Itemization is also almost the same because the gold is 28k to 27k. This does not make a lot of difference. But the thing is, Hellcat is the one who's clearing those side lanes and they're making sure that LW is present in those team fights. A concealed play, though, coming in from Bigetron. They're trying to grab someone off position, but it is going to be Harris taken out. The divine judgment. Funi making an excellent use of that stolen resource.
Yes, that is going to be the plus point for GPX. They are going to make sure that they get in that first Lord. Lunox trying her best to go in. Lolita using flicker ulti. Okay, we need to continue.
Yes, the flicker Nomenon Blast used up, and that's going to be great. Just stealing away the Lord. What in the world is happening? GPX had the control, but the retrieve battle was won by Vival, and they will make sure to push their advantage with this Lord. They did not win the forthcoming team fight. They stalled it absolutely perfectly. And that was such a great steal from Vival. This girl is absolutely amazing on that retribution. Be it Ling, be it any hero. She is seriously on point. The Zaman Force used up. They want to take down LW and they managed to do that along with the Divine Judgment on Lolita, who will not survive either. And that is the massive advantage BTR needed, and they have it at this point.
They do have that advantage, and I think this might be the end. This might probably be the end. BTR are not going to waste any more time. They are going to go for that, and Valentina will be taken down as well. What a gameplay coming in by BTR. I am literally excited or confused. I'm not sure, but that push was something which they took it to the next level. Right now BTR has got that map control again. They have the whole game in their hand, and looks like this might be the final game coming in for today.
It is possible, but GPX is not giving up at all. We can clearly see that even though that Lord attack was from the side of Bigetron, They managed to take 3 towers down, but that's about it. All the inhibitors standing strong. And in turn, GPX they managed to get the top tier 2, so they're trying to somehow get that map control back, which they are missing. They've got the farm as well. There is not much of a lead in favor of Bigetron, even though they managed to push with the Lord. So I would still say kudos to GPX on standing extremely strong after that Lord fight. But how are they going to transition it? That is the main question. How are they going to, change the things around in this mid and late game where the Lunox is going to come online, where the Harith is going to come online? Erithiel is their go-to option. Hellcut is also there who will burst down that backline, and that's just one Nightfall and Deadly Stingers needed to get the backline out, but he won't be able to survive after that. So it becomes the job of Erithiel and Funi to, continue through that opening. But for now, they're going to try and get one Zaman Force out along with the Dark Knight Falls. Harith trying to go in with the dashes. Flicker, Nominal Blast connecting on two, but the Purify is also there. They're trying to survive. The re-engage is not there. They're still trying to stall. There comes in the Kaija with the Flicker Divine Judgment. Lolita taken down yet again, and that is going to be it. Only casualty, Lolita, but that gives yet another advantage to Bigetron towards the Lord.
Yes, that team fight was. I mean, just retreating would have been the best option for GPR right now because they were supposed to be there for the Lord, but this Lord is going to be for free of cost. BTR will manage to take the Lord away without any skirmish happening right there. So looks like the second Lord goes to BTR again, and they do have the upper hand in the map again, and they are going to go for that push again. So I'm hoping this GPX manages to just defend as good as possible right now.
Absolutely. We can see the tension on the faces of these girls right on the screen as well. They do not want to give in at all. Lord is going to march from the mid side. Funi securing the glowing bond is going to make sure that the tanky heroes, the front runners, will be burned to death. Lolita with the divine dominance eyes as well as the Athena shield will have to somehow survive the burst that comes after the divine judgment from Kaja. He has been using it again and again, but we'll have to see what happens after this Lord as it's gonna march down from that mid towards that base. They are going in for that. The mid inhibitor is almost out. Top tier 2 has fallen, but that's about it. They still managed to clear it way too quickly. The wave clear is extremely good, especially after that heavy crossbow. But what about the minion wave after that? That is going to be the question of the second.
Yes, that will be the pushing hand. Looks like
Oh,
BTR. Okay.
yes.
They almost got caught, but they retreated on time. They just wanted that mid lane main inhibitor turret at first. But yeah, BTR still have that goal lead right now, even though it is 15 minutes in the game. The goal lead, I think for now, maybe it matters a little bit. So yes, BTR has that upper hand for where goes to GPR. That was a successful Lord defense coming in for them. They did manage to defend it as good as possible. So I'm hoping right now GPX just play very defensive and wait until the Lord is respawned.
I would say it's a great defense. They've just lost one inhibitor tower, even though it was a Luminous Lord. So, yes, the mid tower was about to go down as the Lord was marching from that lane, but that's about it. The only damage that they scumped in that whole situation. So, the top tier 2 was the second tower, but that's still not going to hurt them as much as any other inhibitor in any other lane. So, Lunux now securing the glowing wand as well. It's gonna almost complete the late game scaling of them, but I see play happening in the top side. Maybe one of them might get caught. Do they know the presence of LW in that bush? Do they want to go in for that engage? They know the Thal is there. They have to play it safe because one pick off at this time would mean giving your opponent a massive lead, that too in the numbers. And if there's a number advantage, then they will not stop. They would want to go in for those inhibitors or maybe the crystal directly. So they will try and force the fight. For now, the Lord is yet again up in towards that bottom side, and that is where Team Bigetron era is looking.
Definitely, they are looking for the Lord Brigaton era have already started to Lord. I would say it's going to be the dancing Lord for a while, but look at Halkut just using his ultimate and trying to beat out, but won't be able to do much right now. Grandeur does get the Lord. Valentina goes down again, but okay, there is a lot happening.
Absolutely, there's a lot happening as Elysia will not be able to survive any of it. The Razor's Wrath was used up but could not secure even a single pick off, and that's four people already down. Just one Hellcurt remaining. Will the Deadly Stingers be enough to defend this midwave? Because there's a full five-man push jumping in from the side of Bigetron era. Brilliance has been used up. Zaman Force used up. The Sun is also connecting. Hellcut cannot do anything. The Crystal is being targeted. The cannon is not in yet. But it's finally there. The Wipeout and Bigetron era are the ones who are going to lift that trophy. They are the ones who are going to be crowned as the Sea Champions.
Definitely, that was a pure victory and a pure victory dance coming in from Brigaton era. They played wow during the whole tournament. This victory is purely theirs and clearly seen as well, since they have that winning streak. They have that amazing gameplay coming in. Now we know that Brigaton era was unbeatable, and they did prove that their winning streak mattered. They are
Just
going to be the champion for this.
Mhm. All right, so the runners up, GPX Basreng, they tried so hard, they got so far. They were the only team in the entire stage, even the group stage or the phase two. You can combine any of them. They were the only team who managed to stop Bigetron's win streak, but they were not able to stop their match winning streak. Bigetron getting the win, GPX being the runners up. What an exciting match we witnessed, Smiling.
Yes, that was the most exciting match of the day. I mean, we have been waiting for this day very long, and you were right. GPX played as well as Brigaton, but for sure they couldn't break their matches, and Brigaton era did win that first. Is going to talk about the giveaway.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Bigetron won the championship, but the viewers can win those diamonds. You all need to do is just make sure to share the stream. 25K concurrent watching means 500 diamonds to 70 people. You would definitely not want to miss this opportunity and grab onto this as just how BTR grabbed on that championship title. I mean, let's just quickly talk about how they managed to do that in the previous game. They had this massive gold advantage and they made sure to transition it towards the stages of the game. And just as we were talking about their victory, they will be the ones who will be grabbing their hands on the top prize of the dollars that we have, the $10,000 total prize pool that will be distributed among the winners, runner-ups, and the following teams.
Yes, that is the prize pool that is going to be distributed between all these three upcoming teams. So, kudos to all the teams who have been playing this amazing. Who had come to the first day. They did play matches, even though it was one or two. They did manage to come and give their best during this whole tournament. This tournament had their ups and downs. They had their comebacks. They had everything possible team, but for first serious team, Bigetron era had had to not even go once down to just have a comeback. Yes, there was only one defeat, that was GPX in that one of the games.
Queens don't bow down to anyone and they lift their head up just like the trophy that they will now. But I mean, even though GPX they banned out the Yuzhong, they banned out the comfort picks of Bigetron era, they brought out an entirely different draft. Harith into that goal lane. I mean, we had seen that so less times. It has been out of meta since so long, but that pick was left for the final few seconds. And I'm so very surprised to see that coming in. But seriously, what a way that they played with them.
That play, that last fight where they had and they took down Lord first and then the members of the GPX. That was the moment where everyone just knew that where Brigaton era had no other step. They knew that the next step would be the base and end of that game. Halkat was in serious damage in the end. He barely tried. He tried real hard to escape. Even with that immortality, he was taken down. So, a wow play coming in by Brigaton era.
I mean, just how we talked about Bigetron as Harith, I want to talk a little bit about the Hellcut from GPX as well because we used to see Hellcut a lot, but after the massive nerf that it is received over this silence that he had, it was dropped out, and no one quite usually picked him up even after receiving a couple of buffs in the previous few patches. But bringing it out on the stage of finals, I feel like that was a great choice as in terms of a pocket pick because it would have been possible for them to actually get that snowball in and get the win in that match. But because seriously, they just lost that one major Lord team fight. Apart from that, they were somehow trying to get the win. But for now, guys, we're gonna bring in the interview with the winners, and it's gonna come right up.
Bisa ya, congratulations buat Bigetron Era, luar biasa sekali kalian dengan seluruh matchnya selama hari pertama ada babak grup phase, babak playoff, bahkan di match grand final ini benar-benar kasih performa yang terbaik banget nih. Dan ya aku mau tahu dong nih, sekarang kan aku ngelihatnya ada coach baru nih di Bigetron Era nih. Kira-kira apakah ini pengaruh dari coach Barbosa nggak nih bisa membuat Bigetron Era menjadi pemenang di Skyesports SEA Championship nih? Biar Barbosa jawab.
Kalau itu emang playernya udah gila-gila semua sih, jadi percaya mah siapa aja coach semua pasti bisa menang tetap era.
Humble ya, humble banget ya Barbosa ya, luar biasa ya. Tumben loh, biasanya nggak humble kayak gitu loh Barbosa loh.
Kenapa nih? Kenapa nih tiba-tiba kok jadi merendah banget nih Barbosa? Tapi dengan para ladies yang udah 18 kali win streak seperti ini, apakah ada hal lain yang pengen di-aim dari Bigetron Era? Entah masuk ke dalam tim lineup MDL, atau jangan-jangan MPL, atau ada yang mau dipertukarkan di arah sana mungkin? Siapa Vivian mau ditaruh main di MDL, terus siapa Fumieko mau ditaruh di MPL, terus siapa Cini? Ada nggak sih hal-hal seperti itu yang lagi didiskus dari tengah-tengah Bigetron Era, atau justru nggak mau kita mau sama tim mau kejar sampai 100 piala, sampai ribuan piala?
Rahasia sih itu.
Barbosa sih yang mau main MPL. Biasanya Era mau naik MPL rencana dia. Jadi coachnya semua saya.
Oke ya. Dan ya, aku boleh lagi dong buat teman-teman dari Bigetron Era nih. Gimana tadi kalian nih sempat mainin strategi-strategi dengan menggunakan hero-hero yang out of meta. Contohnya kayak Granger, meskipun Granger udah dapat buff, tapi ini kalian pakai lagi tadi terutama di game yang kelima. Apakah itu udah bagian dari strategi atau strategi rahasia kalian kah, atau emang tadi ngelihat dari draft musuhnya aja nih kira-kira enak nih kalau misalnya ngelawan hero-hero dari GPX Basreng, makanya kalian ngamarin Harith sama Granger tadi di game yang kelima tuh?
Jadi kayak awalnya emang kayak strategi, terus
Oke.
apa ya? Emang anak-anaknya emang pengen banget gitu mainin itu. Jadi kita berapa kali ya masih di screen gitu. Terus anak-anaknya juga pede banget minta hero itu. Jadi emang strategi sih kalau itu.
Emang strategi ya. Jadi emang udah termasuk di dalam strategi yang pengen digunakan karena ya tadi berguna banget gitu loh strategi dari draftingnya Barbosa terutama untuk di game yang kelima. Padahal dari GPX Basreng udah punya draft yang kuat juga dan terbukti tadi beberapa setup yang dilakukan sama Helka dan juga Lolita itu ngeganggu banget ya setiap pergerakan dari Bigetron Era. Dan aku mau nanya lagi satu lagi buat teman-teman dari Bigetron Era, kira-kira nih harapan kalian buat kedepannya apa sih target yang akan kalian tuju nih setelah ini?
SEA Games.
Paling yang terbaik SEA Games ya. Games katanya SEA Games
Oke,
ya.
games ya berarti targetnya ya. Oke, Cipela, ada lagi pertanyaan Cipela?
Ya, dan sepertinya kalian sekali ini kan udah dapetin piala ke-18-nya nih. Ada nggak sih kata-kata yang mau dikasih ke teman-teman yang selalu mensupport kalian sampai detik ini?
Kalau kata-kata buat Bigetron Mas gimana?
Umi.
Saya nih kata-katanya di Bigetron Mas yang selalu dukung kita yang lucu.
Mic-nya banyak ya ngomong-ngomongnya.
Katanya Bumi terima kasih.
Udah, dia doang.
Dukung ya terus. Kita bisa.
Ya, bilang kayak Eci tolong tidak dudukin Penny ya. Penny.
Oke, jadi kata-katanya terima kasih untuk Bigetron Village ya. Apa?
Ya, oke. Kan ini ada title dari MVP yang bakal dikasih dari Skyesports SEA Championship. Boleh dong dari kalian semua, boleh tunjuk gak sih di grand final ini siapa yang kira-kira bisa dapetin MVP? Ingat ya, semuanya punya portion yang bagus, tapi kalau kalian bisa nunggu satu orang, siapa yang bakal dapet MVP-nya? Ayo, boleh diskusi.
Kata siapa? Kata siapa sih? Kata siapa?
Pertanyaannya sulit aja.
Iya, karena kalau bisa 5-5-nya jadi MVP.
Benar.
Iya.
Benar. Tapi kalau dari Coach Barbosa ada nggak satu orang mungkin?
Analis era sih. Aziz.
Gue nanya sama aja sih. Semuanya jawabannya begitu. Emang kalian dasar semuanya ya susah kalau dikasih pertanyaan. Tapi ya congratulations once again ya. Thank you so much Bigetron Era Champion of Skyesports Southeast Asia Championship. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Off, bro.
Yes, dan itulah dia keseruan kita ya. Sampai nanya dulu tuh Barbosa tuh udah off belum nih? Belum taunya tadi ya.
Zeta Hugo. And he's like, seriously, yeah, I know that we're both out of words at this point. How was that kind of journey ending up in that situation and getting that kind of victory? It was so perfect, like picture perfect.
We have seen the interviews of the champions, how they are feeling, but what a journey it has been for them, what a journey it has been for us, what a journey it has been for the viewers as well. Starting from the group stages every single day, the audience cheering for their fans, never letting never not supporting their, not showing their support to their best teams. And every single team gave its 100%, and we saw it visually, how they put in their performances and the competition level, bringing out the 100% of each team. It was just a treat to watch, it was just a treat to experience, and this experience will never be forgotten, Skygate.
Experience is exactly what people carry forward into the future, and this is going to teach a lot of teams a lot more things in order to improve, in order to improvise, in order to adapt, so that they can make sure that next times they are the ones who will be crowned as the champions. These were literally the top 10 teams in the sea, and the play that they've all depicted, just as you said, was on point. Every team was top notch, and of course, You either win or you learn. You never lose. That is not a word for the people who improve.
Even I've learned a lot during this tournament. There were few crazy picks coming out. They were a moment which I'd like to share was that Joy and 1-1 being permanently banned in this tournament, but still they each got one match to shine. But even with the Joy and 1-1 pick, the team who picked those picks were lost. And they taught us how to counter these heroes during these metas and just come out on top no matter what. And yeah, kudos to the winners, man. Bigetron era, they played wonderfully, beautifully, and brilliantly, just mesmerizing each and every member of this audience, and they surely deserve to win this SEA Championship title.
I mean, this is a flawless run, like literally a flawless run. Starting from the group stage, ending at the finals champions. They were the ones who were literally demolishing everyone in their opponent. And what a way to end the things. Harris in the golden Zeta.
Yeah,
Little
Harith.
did we expect that.
Yeah, and even Granger in the jungle, even though the enemy had Lolita, a perfect counter to such sort of drafts, the Kaja always picking out on Lolita first rendered the composition of the enemies useless. So Lolita was the perfect counter for that draft, but Lolita was being picked away again and again with the Kaja's divine judgment. And without their tank, the rest of the composition for the side of Team GPX Basreng was just weak. I mean, squishier than expected, and yeah, they kept losing out on matches because of that, and just to display that the out meta picks will also be, can also win you matches is an important lesson to learn.
Absolutely. And just these lessons that they're learning will help them improve in the future, guys. The champions, Bigetron era, the runner-ups, GPX Best Rank. This has been an amazing journey from both of these teams. And we also want to thank all of our viewers who were watching, who were supporting us all the time. They were supporting their teams. Would not have been possible without you. Kudos to Sky Esports as well for the SEA Championship that they brought to us. It was such a beautiful journey. We all enjoyed thoroughly. Zita, any last words?
Yeah, I'm just would like to make. I just would like to tell all of our viewers to make sure to like and follow Sky Esports on every social media to get the latest updates about any upcoming tournaments. Keep supporting. They will keep supporting
Absolutely.
esports throughout. And yeah, if you like us, our casting, our links are down. There as well. You can check us out. Make sure to drop a follow. Maybe uh, this has been it. This has been it for this tournament. So I'd like to request Scared Yet to take us out.
And that was such a well said thing, man. Even my throat can't keep up even at this point. But thank you, everyone. Keep on supporting us. Make sure to follow, hit that subscribe, click on that like, follow us on Insta, follow Sky Esports on Insta, as they will be the one who will be revealing the result of the giveaway winners, which you never wanted to miss. This has been it from the caster desk. Signing off. Me, Skadiet, with my friend Zita. We'll see you guys in the next tournament. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good night.